This is Audible.
Audible Studios presents Sleep Tight by Caroline Mitchell. Read by Emma Newman. Prologue. The doctor gave a satisfied nod as he lifted the stethoscope from the woman's bare chest. Ah, the heart of a lion. We'll soon have you cleaned up. But now, a little music to ease the passage. He did not expect a response because he was talking to himself. It had been that way ever since people could no longer bear to be in his presence. He turned, raising the needle of the old-fashioned record player as he set the music in place. Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata breathed life into the crumbling room. The haunting tune aided his movements, making them smooth and effortless. Classical music was something he'd fallen back on during the darkest of times, when the pain of his disfigurement became too much. But now, in the privacy of his surgery, the turmoil of the last year floated away. The bones in his neck cracked as he craned his head towards the paint-flaked ceiling. He gazed in admiration as a union of colour and sound floated above. His ability to see colours in music was both a torment and a gift. But then, he always saw the world differently to others. Pushing a lever, he eased back the surgeon's chair. Earrings, necklace, bracelet, each piece of jewellery chimed as it hit the stainless steel bowl. Once used for harbouring freshly harvested organs, it made a suitable container for his exterior work. Jewellery removed, his eyes roamed over the woman's naked body. To him, it was a canvas, and there was so much work to be done. But then, bringing beauty to a dark and unforgiving world was never going to be an effortless task. Unfolding the razor, he laid it on the side, admiring the glint of the freshly sharpened blade. It was called a cutthroat for a reason. There was an art to using this implement, unlike the disposable razors used today. Too much pressure would initiate the onset of tiny beads of blood. Not enough, and you were merely scraping skin. It was why he had placed her in a comatose state, as still as the death which was yet to claim her. The music played on, enveloping his senses in green, blue, and purple, as he prepared the soapy lather. The process was a meditative exercise, which acquainted him with every curve of the young woman's flesh. Goose pimples rose as an icy breeze snuck through the thin chipboard that bordered the window. He paused. He would have to purchase a heater. Such an appliance would make little demands on the generator, which purred in the corner of the room. Dipping the brush into the dish, he applied the frothy soap to the top of her thighs, working his way down in a slow, circular motion. By the time she was lathered and shaved, her skin was mottled from the cold. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, stepping back to admire his handiwork. A warm throb of satisfaction pulsed inside him, and the left side of his mouth jerked upwards as he exposed his teeth in a ghoulish half-smile. Up until now, he had kept his silence, but the time had come to make a statement to the world. Each work of art would be delivered publicly for all to admire and take pause. "That's better," he said, voicing his thoughts out loud. "There's no better feeling than swiping your thumb over the grime of urban living to reveal something quite exquisite underneath." Placing a blanket up to the girl's chest, he checked the leather straps were firmly in place. Her origins were no longer significant. Soon she would look like a fairy tale princess, but one without censor, fitting for the modern world. Art was reflected in life, and beauty could be found in dirty little things. Chapter 1. Her arms lay outstretched, as if welcoming the cover of the night sky. Eyes open, mouth parted, her last breath was nothing but a ghost on her lips. Even without the trappings of jewellery and clothing, D.S. Ruby Preston could tell that this young woman was once loved. Somewhere there was a mother, a sister, or a lover waiting for her to come home. Her platinum blonde hair lay splayed on the grass, as if she were not human at all, but an angel who had fallen from grace. Ruby fought the urge to cover her naked body. She was more than a girl whose life was abruptly snuffed out. She was a vessel, carrying clues that could potentially lead them to the person responsible for the violence that had brought her life to an end. And there had been violence. The bruises dappling her ivory skin were a testament to that. But the vision of such a horrific act was not enough to dampen the stars shining brightly overhead. The heat of summer was all but a memory now, as the late November chill grew teeth and bit hard. Ruby buttoned up her coat, distancing herself from her all-too-human emotions of sorrow and anger. There would be time for that later. As she stood in Shoreditch Park, she knew that every second since the discovery of the body was precious. She lifted her airwaves radio to update control. By the time D.I. Jack Downs arrived, the scene had been cordoned, a tent was being erected, and the streets were aglow with fluorescent jackets as uniformed officers assisted detectives knocking on doors. "You look as if you've just got out of bed," Ruby said, feeling as if the frost had permeated her bones. Downs's finger combed his grey-flecked hair, looking over her shoulder to the crime scene. "I have, as it happens. How did yous get here so quickly?" "I was in the area dealing with a witness about an unrelated incident. Control called me up." "And you hot-footed it over here?" Downs said, finishing her sentence. "Jesus, woman, don't you ever go home?" "Married to the job, that's me," Ruby said, stamping her boots on the frosted grass as she attempted to return some feeling to her toes. "She's not been there very long." Ruby did not need to be a coroner to work out that much. The girl's body was soft and limp, free of the rigor mortis that was yet to claim her. It was also a given that in such a public place she would not have lain undiscovered for long. "Age?" "I'd say early 20s. No puncture marks or tattoos. She doesn't fit the description of anyone in the missing persons database. I'm thinking a possibly sexually motivated murder. Could be a boyfriend, but the bruising on her throat and thighs suggests a sudden, frenzied attack." Downs nodded. "She'll have to stay here overnight. They won't want to be moving her until morning." He sighed a frosted breath, pushing his hands deep into the pockets of his full-length tweed coat. "I don't know. It's not that long since the door knocker murders. Have you met the forensic pathologist yet?" "Vera? Yeah, she's nice. Knows her stuff, too." Ruby stared at the ground for a few seconds, contemplating Christopher Douglas, the former pathologist. His loss had affected them all. The whump of a police helicopter broke into her thoughts as it searched the park from the skies above her. She squinted as the powerful spotlight beamed from overhead, still seeing spots of light in her vision as it abruptly switched to heat-seeking mode. The park was filling up with onlookers. Unless the suspect was running around naked, it was unlikely they would pick him up now. Having taken what he wanted, he had most likely gone to ground. "Away with you to the station," Downs said, drawing back her attention. "I'll follow on, and grab us a bit of grub on your way. It's going to be a long night." He clapped her heartily on the back before heading to the uniformed officer manning the crime scene. But her time at Shoreditch Police Station was short-lived. Just hours later, Ruby was standing with Downs on the doorstep of Audrey Caldwell. She had reported her daughter missing, and the description of the young woman matched the details of the body in the park. Lisa Caldwell, just 21 years old, had thus been seen walking through it from Pitfield Street after leaving the Britannia Leisure Centre prior to closing at 10 p.m. But that was over 3 hours ago. Ruby could have easily requested uniformed officers to speak to Lisa's mother, but she had claimed ownership of the case the very moment she came upon the young woman's body, and would not shy away from her duties now. Taking strength in D.I. Downes's presence, she braced herself as a hall light flickered on. Her finger had barely pressed the door buzzer before urgent footsteps tip-tapped down the stairs. The door swished open, and a pallid-looking Audrey Caldwell tightened the belt of her dressing gown, glancing from Ruby to Downes. She looked shockingly like her daughter, and a heavy sense of dread bloomed inside Ruby's chest. If there were any doubt that the woman lying in the park was not Lisa, it evaporated the moment she saw her mother's face. "Mrs. Caldwell," Ruby said, opening her warrant card to introduce herself and her colleague. But Audrey was looking over their shoulders and into the darkened streets beyond. "Is she with you? Have you brought her home?" she said, her voice strained. "Can we come inside?" D.I. Downes said, his Northern Irish accent sounding as soft as butter in comparison. Mrs. Caldwell moved aside, and Downes ducked, stepping beneath the threshold. Ruby brushed against him as she followed Mrs. Caldwell through to the living room on the left. His coat still carried the frost from the night air where they had found the young girl, staring, dead-eyed, at the stars. Ruby's eyes danced over the framed family photo on the dresser, which featured Mrs. Caldwell with a young girl on each side. She felt her throat tighten as the face of the girl from the park stared back at her, with a pink bloom to her cheeks and a carefree expression on her face. On the other side was a young woman in an army uniform, wearing a beret over her slicked-back blonde hair and a wide grin on her face. As Mrs. Caldwell sat, Ruby delivered the news. "The body of a young woman has been found in the park tonight." Mrs. Caldwell drew in a sudden breath, then clasped a hand to her mouth. Grim-faced, Ruby pushed on. In her experience, it was best not to draw things out. Like ripping off a plaster, bad news should be delivered quickly and professionally. "She's yet to be formally identified, but there's a strong possibility that it's your daughter." "Mum?" A young woman's voice spoke from the doorway. It was the other girl from the picture, her hair now hanging limply around her face. She took in the scene before taking her mother's side. "Lisa's with a friend, that's all," Mrs. Caldwell said, taking small, quick breaths. She'll be home soon." "Have you seen her with your own eyes?" the girl asked, turning her gaze onto Ruby. "This woman in the park." She grabbed the framed photo from the dresser and waved it under Ruby's face. "Is she the girl you saw?" Ruby nodded. "In all probability, yes, but she'll have to be formally identified in the morning. We'll assign a family liaison officer who'll arrange to pick you up." Mrs. Caldwell sprang from the sofa, wobbling slightly as her legs threatened to buckle. "Now, I want you to take me now. This'll be a mistake. The sooner we get it sorted, the sooner you can look for my daughter." Her voice was as brittle as shards of glass. "I'm afraid we can't," Downes said. "We've got to leave the body in situ tonight. The most important thing we can do is preserve the scene and find out who's responsible. We've got a tent in place, and police will be standing guard until such time as we can take her to a mortuary. She won't be alone. I'm so sorry." "You needn't be sorry for me," Mrs. Caldwell said, "because it's not my Lisa. She'll come in any minute now. She'll—" Her words were overtaken by sudden, violent sobs. Ruby watched as she fell into the arms of her daughter, wishing the woman could be spared the pain that lay ahead. Chapter 2. Nathan Crosby had eyes and ears all over London, and his network of homeless people provided him with intelligence that Ruby was keen to access. Her acquaintance with him held many advantages, but fraternizing with a member of the criminal underworld would not meet with the approval of her superiors, particularly given the number of times she had ended up in his bed. Ruby scanned the half-empty cafe, the smell of cooked bacon and sausages making her stomach growl. She gave a nod of recognition to the unshaven man in the tattered coat. He sat hunched over his tea, his gloved hands drawing heat from the stained ceramic mug, before he was forced to return to the chill of the streets. As always, he sat with his back against the wall. Ruby recognized the little mannerisms that went unnoticed to the untrained eye. He had served life in prison, and old habits died hard. William Burke knew who Ruby was, and as always, she handed him a crisp £10 note before uttering a word. A plump, middle-aged woman, wearing a grease-stained apron, brought Ruby a mug of tea. 2 full English breakfasts were laid before them minutes later. Hunched over his food, William wolfed it down, his elbows and arms wrapped around his plate in a stance to ward off imaginary inmates. Ruby tried to ignore the egg yolk dribbling down his chin. She had not eaten since yesterday, and it would take a lot more than bad table manners to turn her off breakfast. "How's things?" she said, loading her fork with chunks of sausage and bacon. "Rough," William said. "Me mate, Sam, died under the bridge last week. They say it's going to be a brutal winter. This frost will kill off a few more before it's finished." Ruby nodded, knowing it was more than the frost that killed off his friend. Sam was a hopeless alcoholic, and it was more likely that his liver had packed up after years of abuse. "You haven't brought me here to ask how I'm feeling, have you?" William said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "No, I haven't." Ruby waited until she had finished her meal before speaking again. "We found a body in the park last night. Do you know anything about that?" William shrugged. "Lots of people walk through that park. I don't know 'em all." "So you've not heard anyone talking about it?" William shook his head, mopping up his egg with a slice of fried bread. Ruby delivered a hard stare, willing him to look her in the eye. The topic of conversation held more importance than his stomach and demanded their full attention. "William," she said as she leant forward. "She was just a girl, barely 21 years old. Isn't there anything you can give me? Any new people on the radar? Anyone acting odd?" "Acting odd?" William chuckled. "I'm not being funny here, love, but I don't exactly mix with high society. There are lots of weird fuckers out there. The best you can do is keep out of their way." Her jewelry was stolen. They even took the earrings from her ears. I'm thinking maybe a smackhead or someone new on the scene, because behavior like this doesn't just spring up out of nowhere. Do you know anyone down on their luck that's come back with a big score?" "You know I don't touch that shit." "But you know someone who does?" Ruby said, detecting reluctance in his eyes. "Come on, mate, give me a dig out. I'll leave you out of it, I promise." "You're expecting an awful lot for a breakfast and a £10 note." William downed the last of his second mug of tea. Any minute now he would rise to use the toilets and leave Ruby with nothing to show for their meeting, except a dent in her wallet. She grasped his arm as he pushed back his chair. "Please, I don't want to find another girl dead on the streets. Surely some things are about more than money?" William snorted. "That's the sort of thing rich folks say." The smile left his lips as Ruby slipped a photo across the table. "This is her, pictured with her mother and sister. They're in bits. It might bring a little comfort if we could find—" All right, all right." William raised his hands in mock surrender. "If I'd lifted some jewelry and it was that hot, the first place I'd head to is Buster Turner on Bethnal Green Road." Cheers, Ruby said, grabbing her handbag from the seat beside her. The cafe began to fill as an army of dust-clad builders piled in. Chairs and tables screeched as they took up their seats, the air filled with banter as they took the mickey out of the youngest member of the group. Ruby handed William a battered card, along with some change for the telephone box. If you hear anything else, give me a ring. Only for you. William breathed a weary sigh. Ruby paused, feeling a pang of guilt as she turned to leave. She dug a newly purchased pack of cigarettes and lighter from her pocket and placed them on the table. Here, it's about time I gave these up. There was no point in telling him to go down to the shelter for a night. After a lifetime of incarceration, she knew he preferred to sleep under the stars. Had he not been arrested for a breach of the peace the night before, he may well have been a person of interest himself. After paying for their food, she slid her phone from her pocket and called up DC Owen Ludgrove's number. You busy? It was a daft question. Every member of Shoreditch's serious crime team was buried in work. But she knew the young detective constable would drop everything for her. Meet me outside Buster Turner's Jewelry Emporium on Bethnal Green Road, as soon as you can. Yeah, okay, see you in 10. She recognized the address, as it was one of the properties on Nathan Crosby's books. Not only was her ex-lover head of a criminal organization, he fronted it with legitimate businesses, such as real estate, pubs, and clubs. William Burke had never let her down with information before. The fact that Buster was fencing jewelry had dictated her route. She would not be going in through the front door. Chapter 3. Wouldn't we be better off applying for a warrant? Luddy said, following Ruby through the litter-strewn alleyway, which led to the rear of the pawnbroker's shop. And why are we going around the back? Because the back is where all the fun happens, Ruby said with a grin. I bet you were one of those kids who sat at the front of the bus on school trips, weren't you? She knew she shouldn't enjoy being such a bad influence, but she could not help herself. Ruby had always been trouble. Being in the police could not change that. She pushed open the wooden gate, lifting it slightly from the hinges to make her entrance. Luddy followed her through, his face taut. A burst of sound emitted from his police radio, and he swiftly turned the knob to silence the voice of the controller. Ruby rapped hard on the blistered back door. A gust of wind howled around them, sending a tin can bumping along the alleyway. Somewhere in the distance a dog barked, but it was all lost on Ruby, who was focused on the task ahead. Best you leave the talking to me, she said to Luddy, as the sound of footsteps grew from the other side of the door. Masked in a halo of cigarette smoke, Buster Turner peered through the door. The shop entrance is around the front. He was a greasy little man, his shoulder-length dark hair slicked back from his face. 2 loose strands hung over his forehead, reminding Ruby of antennae. With his beady eyes and long pointed nose, everything about him was insectile. Ruby raised her warrant card, her voice firm. We've come to speak to you. She laid her hand on the door and pushed it open. Now, if you don't mind, we'll only be 5 minutes. With a grunt of annoyance, Buster turned, allowing Ruby and Luddy to follow him inside as he treaded lightly on the linoleum. The smell of sour milk and cigarette smoke hung thick in the air. To the left was a poky kitchen. A variety of dead plants dotted the window ledge, and a pile of used tea bags took up residence on the sink draining board. Ruby turned her attention to the door at the end of the hall, reading the words, shop, scrawled in black marker pen over the blue paint. Buster entered the door on the right, following the sound of the tinny pop music playing from within. She should have asked DC Ash Baker along instead, she mused. He was old school and knew that sometimes you had to take a different approach. She felt a pang of guilt as the thought entered her mind. Luddy was studying for his sergeant's exams, and she would not drag him into a situation that could damage his chances of promotion. She was a copper first, and would play this by the book. She glanced around the poky room, a veritable Aladdin's cave, wall to wall with cabinets, their drawers stuffed with jewellery of every shape and size. One such drawer was laid on a wooden desk next to an eyepiece on its side, waiting for its owner to return. On the radio, Kylie Minogue was singing about a locomotive, and Buster dragged his chair from behind his desk as he took a seat, leaving Ruby and Luddy to stand. "What do you want?" Luddy opened his mouth to speak, but Ruby beat him to it. This was her world, and she knew exactly how to deal with people like Buster Turner. "We were making some local inquiries and saw your gate was open. You should be careful. There are some very dodgy people about." Buster narrowed his eyes in a mistrusting glare. "Your concern is noted. Do you need me to see you out?" He leant forward to rise from his chair. Ruby shook her head, satisfied she had come up with a suitable excuse for coming through the back entrance, in case he made anything of it later. "Now that I'm here, I'd like to speak to you about some stolen jewellery. A silver designer bracelet was taken from a young woman who was found murdered in the park last night." She produced her phone and drew up the picture of the missing piece. "There's a pair of matching earrings, too. They're quite distinctive. Little silver keys with the numbers 21 on them. You wouldn't happen to know anything about those, would you?" "I run a respectable establishment," Buster said impertinently. "I do not take in stolen goods." "And the Pope doesn't pray," Ruby said, poking some of the jewellery on the desk with her index finger. Tiny beads of sweat glistened on Buster's forehead, and Ruby knew it was not from the 2-bar heater weakly warming the room. "My clients go through a strict signing-in process, providing photographs and ID," he added, his eyes darting from the jewellery and back to Ruby. "What about the camera-shy customers who give you an extra cut?" Ruby said, arching an eyebrow. Buster remained tight-lipped, and Ruby's frustration grew. Playing nicely was getting her nowhere. She exhaled sharply. She didn't have time for this. "I think it's time you went," Buster said, his hand drawn to the lip under his desk. He was probably trying to alert the gorilla working behind the front counter, and that was an encounter Ruby could do without. She planted her hands firmly on his desk, her words like bullets. "Do you want me to turn this place over?" She pointed at the jewellery to drive her message home. "I don't care about your stolen gear. I'm only interested in the bracelet and earrings. I know you've got them." Ruby was bluffing, well aware she was placing all her trust in a man who could be bought for a cooked breakfast and a £10 note. But it was too late to back out now. "I can nick you for obstruction and close the place down for a search. Or you can provide me with a statement, help us with our inquiries. What's it to be?" She glanced at Luddy, who was standing with his arms folded. "This is police oppression," Buster sneered. "I'm going to report you for this." "Fine, if you want to play it that way," Ruby said, knowing his arrest would give her the automatic right to conduct a premises search. But given her intelligence source, her justification was thin. "You can make your complaint in custody, while we're arranging for a solicitor to deal with your arrest." Despite her cool veneer, Ruby's heart was hammering. Everything was riding on a bluff. It was the only way to deal with a snake like Buster, and William had never let her down before. "I'll take my chances. In fact, I'll contact your superiors now, rather than waste any more time," Buster said, picking up the phone on his desk and dialing the first of 3 nines. Ruby pressed the receiver to hang up the call. Go ahead. But first, let me call your landlord, Nathan Crosby. He'd be very interested to hear one of his tenants is involved in a murder inquiry. The irony was that, despite Nathan being a lawbreaker himself, he did not appreciate attention being drawn to his businesses. He would not be pleased, and of that Buster Turner was well aware. "You wouldn't," Buster said, recoiling from the desk phone as if it were a pit of snakes. Ruby began searching through her list of contacts on her mobile phone. "I've got his number on speed dial." She waved it in his face, watching him visibly wilt. "It's your choice. What's it to be?" Chapter 4. Ruby wrapped her fingers around the steaming mug of tea. She was trying to ignore the fact Downs had omitted the sugar. It was such a rare event that he made a brew, it would not do to appear ungrateful. Their shift had ended hours ago, but given they had recovered the stolen jewellery from Buster Turner, nobody would be going home tonight. Her methods of persuasion had improved the pawnbroker's memory, and by the time she left, she was equipped with an evidence bag containing the seized jewellery and a statement giving up Danny Smedley as the person who pawned it. "I don't understand why we can't just go and arrest this guy," she said, glancing around Downs's office. It was bigger than hers, but the extra space only served to house the clutter he had accumulated over the years. Old sporting trophies, group photos of police colleagues, and spare sets of clothes he had forgotten to take home and wash. "DCI Worrell wants to get it right, and for once, I agree with her. They've got eyes on Smedley. He's not going anywhere tonight." Ruby threw up her hands in exasperation. "We've got stolen jewellery and a positive fingerprint ID. If we bring him in now, he'll cough to it. You know what he'll say in interview, that he found the jewellery in the park. We need time to build a case against him, and if he puts a foot wrong in the meantime, we'll catch him in the act." "I hope you're right," Ruby grumbled. "Nothing back from the post-mortem yet?" Downs shook his head. "Not yet." "In that case, I've got some inquiries to make." Ruby shoved her arm through the sleeve of her blazer. "Where are you off to?" "Intel gathering. I want to know the motivation behind this murder." "Step lightly. Don't go tipping anyone off," Downs said. Ruby arched her eyebrow in a knowing glance. "I'll be on my radio if you need me." As she entered Nathan Crosby's club, she could not work out if she wanted to see her daughter or not. Building their relationship was taking longer than she had hoped. It seemed to suit Frances, Nathan's mother, who had taken to motherhood 40 years too late. Ruby pushed past Nathan's staff as she made her way to the back office, giving the secure door 3 tentative knocks. It was further than most people were allowed to go, but her association with Nathan gave her the concession. "It's me, Ruby," she said, pressing down the leather-lined door handle. The little touches meant everything to Nathan, and despite his humble upbringing, every inch of his living space was designed and furnished to the highest quality. Ruby cautiously opened the door to find him sitting behind his executive mahogany desk, feet up. It was a vast improvement on the cheap furniture that graced her office back in the NIC. Her workspace smelt of print toner and takeaway food. Nathan's carried the scent of leather, freshly polished wood, and the faintest hint of cigar smoke. It was something that his father would have approved of, but Ruby knew better than to mention Jimmy Crosby's name. She tilted her head to take in the view on all 4 shiny screens on his wall. One of the cameras was trained on his door, and only then did she realize that he'd seen her approach. "They're new," she said, knowing that a separate room downstairs was manned by his in-house security firm. "Drink?" Nathan said. taking 2 cut-glass tumblers from a cabinet behind his desk. "I'm on duty," Ruby replied. "Make it a small one." The corner of Nathan's mouth twitched into a smile. He pushed the glass beneath the ice machine before filling it with a generous helping of rum. Ruby took it without saying a word. They sat in amicable silence. Their gaze on the screens, they watched sweaty bodies mill about on the dance floor, merged in a kaleidoscope of colours. "How's Cathy?" Ruby said, her eyes appraising him as he leant back in his chair. His maroon shirt and black trousers complemented his muscular form, and she sent herself a mental reminder that she was here on police business. "Same as usual," Nathan said. "But you didn't come here for that, did you? I hear you've been terrorising my tenants." "I persuaded him to help me with my inquiries, that's all." Ruby gave him a wicked grin. She knew he loved her rebellious streak, her inability to play by the rules. There would be no reprisals from Nathan tonight. "What can you tell me about Danny Smedley? I take it you know about the murder?" "For what it's worth, I don't believe it was a planned attack. He raped that girl because the opportunity presented itself. Then he was stupid enough to try and fence her jewellery on my patch." The smile he was wearing dissolved from his face. "That girl wasn't much older than Cathy. If he comes around here again, I'll slit his throat." "We've got eyeballs on him. We're bringing him in tomorrow," Ruby said, taking a sip of rum. Nathan nodded, then slid his mobile phone from his pocket and sent a text. Perhaps he had already given the order to kill and was calling his men off. Ruby licked her lips, enjoying the feel of the heavy crystal tumbler as she rested it on her palm. Would it have been such a bad thing, one less rapist and murderer on the streets? "The thing is, I need evidence. If you happen to come up with any witnesses, let me know." "No need," Nathan replied. "If you're not able to get him under your own steam, we'll mop up after you when he's released. Just let me know the time and place, and we'll be happy to oblige." "You know I can't do that," Ruby said. "Ditto," Nathan replied. It always came down to a stalemate between them. "I was thinking I might go back to the flat tonight. The tenants next door are having Barneys every night. I've not had a proper night's sleep in ages." "It's your place. I don't know why you don't move in there." Ruby had been considering it. Nathan had gifted it to her months before, under the guise of an inheritance from a long-since-dead aunt. But she knew how it had been funded, and felt she was selling out. Either way, it seemed daft to have 2 flats, and she knew she would make up her mind soon. Nathan stood, a signal that her time was up. "Babe, it's not as if I'm going to ask for it back. We've got Cathy. We're in it together, whether we like it or not." Ruby nodded, knowing the bond of having a daughter would always keep them in contact. "And do you like it?" Ruby said, stepping towards him until they were just inches apart. "You know how I feel about you." His voice was gentle now, comforting. "I'll think about it," Ruby said. "The flat, I mean." The proximity of his body was making her flustered. A sharp knock at the door made Ruby jump, and she quickly pulled away. "What?" Nathan said, his tone sharp, as the door parted. A gravelly voice responded from the other side. "Sorry, boss, your 3 o'clock is here." Nathan's expression changed from someone she grew up with to a face made of stone. He swore under his breath. It was obviously someone he did not want Ruby to meet. "Get Mike to stall him. Take Ruby out the back." He turned to face her. "Sorry, babe. Next time you want to visit, call me first. I can't have you coming around here unannounced." "Don't worry, I'm going. I know when I'm not wanted, Ruby said, her frustration growing at the barriers that rose in every direction she turned. She thought of Lisa's mother in the throes of grief. The fact Danny Smedley was still free after causing such devastation filled her with disgust. As she left the club, she was hit by the sting of cold night air. She lifted the collar on her jacket, strengthening her resolve. She would speak to DCI Warrow, appeal to her better nature. Danny Smedley would not sleep another night a free man. Chapter 5. Skin white as snow, lips red as blood, hair dark as ebony wood. The doctor recited the words as he slid the comb through the wig's short tresses. It shone beneath the surgical spotlight and was as black as the fairy tale suggested. He smiled in satisfaction. Gone were the nasty synthetic blonde strands. In their place was a bobbed wig made of real human hair. He had been pleased with his efforts. His skills with the scalpel had easily transferred to scissors, and he had worked diligently, trimming each strand of glossy black hair until it was just the right length. Her skin, once pockmarked and ashen, was now ivory white, free from unsightly hairs and blemishes. He had spent all night transforming it to the perfect tone, so engrossed in his work that he had forgotten to eat. If it weren't for the rats squeaking for food, he could have kept going until dawn. They gathered around his feet, whiskers twitching as they rose on their hind legs. Their black beaded eyes shone with anticipation as they sniffed the air for food. In the last 12 months, they had become his closest allies. Sometimes they kept him warm as he slept, a pulsating blanket of fur. Like him, they appreciated the music that echoed around the derelict chamber. He moved towards the record player, setting it into life once more. To the backdrop of colourful music, he transformed her lips to a fairy tale red. Eyebrows, lashes, fingernails and toenails, every inch of her body received his full attention. He bent to inhale the scent of her skin, and was rewarded with a pungent chemical smell. It equated to goodness, purity. It was his dream that his art would be picked up by the nationals and broadcast on TV. His fellow man could take comfort that even the dirtiest of street urchins might be transformed into something good and pure. Sacrifices would have to be made, but nobody said life was easy. He watched as her chest rose and fell from underneath the blue waffle blanket. Was she dreaming? Perhaps, in her world, she could sense the change, and he was almost ready to let her go. The costume was quite extravagant, but he could afford the cost. He admired the cut of the long yellow dress as it hung from the wall, complete with a blue bolero top and a starched white collar. Red shoes matched the bow on the hairband yet to be placed on the crown of her head. But she was not ready to be dressed. Everything had to be timed to perfection in order to make his fairy tale work of art complete. He had allocated 3 days for this particular creation and mapped his plans with precision. Day 1 was the stripping of the layers, a removal of the grime-infused outside world. Day 2 was when the detailed work took place, sizing her up for her outfit and bringing her back to life. It was one last parting moment for her to enjoy before death claimed her. Day 3 involved invasive surgery, those finishing touches which brought authenticity to his work. Just as in the fairy tale, his art would be both cruel and beautiful in its bidding. But this story did not come with a happy ending. Brothers Grimm folklore was more fitting for the modern world. He snapped out of his thoughts as the woman stirred. It was almost time to draw her from the recesses of her coma. A full-length mirror stood at the end of the bed, ready to show her what she had become. Chapter 6. The musty smell wafting from the corner of the interview room suggested that Danny Smedley had not washed in several days. He ran a dirty finger around the neck of his custody tracksuit, emitting another blast of body odour into the box-sized interview room. Danny's lack of personal hygiene was one of the reasons why Ruby had managed to persuade DCI Warrow to bring forward the arrest. There was still a possibility he carried Lisa's DNA, and given Danny's fingerprint, which they had obtained from the stolen jewellery, it was just cause. Upon entry into custody, Danny was requested to take part in a forensic examination, including penis swabs. Such a process was driven by consent, but if he disagreed to the examination, then an inference might be drawn, which meant people could wonder what he had to hide. Danny knew this because it was not the first time he'd been accused of rape. He had waved away the request, casting himself in a bad light by refusing to comply. Ruby was furious at how quickly he reoffended since his release from prison. So much for rehabilitation. She could only assume Nathan was right. There was no proper motive for it, other than Danny was stupid as hell and the opportunity had presented itself. Had it not been Lisa Caldwell, it would have been another girl, maybe even Kathy. The thoughts made her flesh crawl. Ruby had always worked hard to bring offenders to justice, but having a daughter of the same age made it personal. She glared at Danny as he leaned back in the cheap plastic chair. She hated every fibre of his being, and every second of his sorry life that turned him into the person he was today. She had at least obtained some satisfaction that they had conducted gait analysis as he entered custody. Another one of her suggestions DCI Warrow seemed happy to take credit for. Given that Danny was bow-legged, it was too good an opportunity to miss, and Ruby was aware of other cases in which such analysis had helped convict. Sometimes it wasn't one huge, surmounting piece of evidence, but lots of little seeds of doubt during an investigation that meant justice could prevail. D.C. Ash Baker also had a daughter around the same age as the victim, but that was not why he sat beside Ruby as she ran through the introductions. It was his years of experience in dealing with such cases that earned him the right to be there. Ash Baker gained the most detections in her team, and Ruby wanted this wrapped up quickly. As they ran through the spiel that precluded every interview, Ruby kept her focus solely on the man in front of her. With dishevelled greasy hair and bloodshot eyes, personal hygiene appeared way down on his list of priorities. The duty solicitor sat next to him, a tall, stick-thin man, his suit a size too big for his bony frame. Glasses perched on the end of his nose, he shuffled the set of papers on his lap, having sped through a 30-minute pre-interview consultation with his client. Ruby had dealt with him once before, and he had not given her too much grief then. Her first question was open, designed to encourage the suspect to give a rundown of his day. Tell, explain, and describe were the words that precluded the open questions necessary to help her suspect confess, or lie, depending on what way you looked at it. Ruby laced her fingers together as she leant across the interview table. "Tell me, what were you doing on the night of the 23rd of November?" "No comment," Danny replied. To the untrained person, an answer of no comment may have seemed like a step backwards, but to police, it was just another example of where an inference could be drawn. He had been given an opportunity, but failed to explain his movements on the night of the murder. Danny may have thought he was smart, but to Ruby, it was an indication of guilt, or something very close to it. The duty solicitor looked wholly disinterested. It pleased Ruby, although he was the last person she would want representing her if she got into trouble. Not that she would ever have to worry about that. Nathan Crosby had long since promised that he would look after her if she found herself on the wrong side of the law. Such was not the case for the man before her. His solicitor had just travelled from a police station 20 miles away due to lack of cover, and looked thoroughly exhausted. His advice to his client to respond with no comment was something he seemed to recommend for those who were guilty, or too thick to be trusted to provide a reasonable account. Ruby knew that if she prodded Danny enough, she would get a few words out of him before the interview was over. She took a deep breath, ready to burrow into the brain of the man before her. Chapter 7. "Do you understand why you've been arrested?" Ruby said, opening a manila folder and placing it on the coffee-ringed table. It was more than just a sturdy piece of furniture. It was a barrier which provided time to react, should her suspect take exception to her line of questioning. "No comment," Danny replied, rocking back in his chair. "I refer to Exhibit AB01, which is a printout of a photo of the victim, Lisa Caldwell." She slid the picture across the table in the interview room. Danny's gaze fell on the image of the young girl, the face of someone who had everything to live for. "Do you know this woman?" "No comment." His eyes still rested on the picture, but he had withdrawn into himself, the upward curl of his lip suggesting he was reliving their last moments together. Ruby snatched back the photo, unwilling to afford him the memory. All she could see in his face was arrogance and stupidity, but it was something she was willing to take advantage of if she could prize some words from his sneering mouth. "I refer to Exhibit AB02. This is CCTV footage of the path before the cut-through to Shoreditch Park at 10 p.m. that night." Ruby turned the laptop to face him. "I've provided a map with my disclosure, if you'd like to take another look at the area." His solicitor glanced up from his paperwork, pushing his glasses back up his face. He slipped his copy of the map Ruby had provided onto the desk. Danny Smedley barely acknowledged it. The CCTV footage displayed the black and white image of a young woman. Wearing a denim skirt and white t-shirt, she held onto a drawstring carrier bag. Her long blonde hair fell all the way down her back, and an image of the same girl flashed in Ruby's memory. The same blonde hair splayed around her on the frosted grass. She inhaled a soft breath, drawing strength from the intensity of her emotions. She pointed to the screen. "Here's footage of Lisa leaving the leisure centre. I'm just going to forward it a few minutes." She clicked the image as a male figure came into view. It was as good an image as that camera could afford, given it was under cover of streetlights, but not good enough to clearly identify him. This male was seen acting suspiciously, hanging around the park. It's my opinion that he was following Lisa. What can you tell me about that? Danny shrugged. He was so full of cockiness, it warmed Ruby's heart, but she would not allow him to know that. Her facial expression showed mild annoyance. It was a game she played, only with those foolish enough to swallow it. For the benefit of the recording, Danny has shrugged. Ruby needed to clarify every response in case the interview was played in court later. She dared not look at Ash, who was taking notes. The next few moments were crucial, and she could not break concentration. "Do you know this person?" Ruby pointed at the still of the male. Head bowed, his hoodie was covering most of his features, although the shading on his jawbone suggested a thick growth of stubble, akin to the facial hair Danny was sporting in the interview today. "No comment," Danny said, his tone flat. "Is this you?" Ruby fired back. "No comment." Ruby returned her attention to the screen. "Now, why do you think someone would be following Lisa into the park like that? A young girl minding her own business?" Danny sneered. "She hardly minded her own business dressed like that." Ruby could have torn a strip off him, but instead she looked at him blankly. "Like what? I don't understand." "These girls with their short skirts and flimsy tops." "It was pretty cold that night," Ruby said, her voice trailing away. "Too right. What do they expect walking round with their tits on show? And then it's all over the newspapers, innocent this and innocent that. Innocent my arse." Ruby nodded, waiting for him to fill the silence. She could not reel him in any more. The last thing she wanted was the court to think that she had any sympathy for this scumbag. "So what happened? When you bumped into her, I mean?" The words were nonchalant, but the solicitor raised his gaze from his paperwork, his voice droll. "My client has been advised to answer no comment." "I'd rather hear that from him," Ruby said, annoyed at the break in momentum. Danny folded his arms, confusion flashing across his face. It was as if he had just realized he was in a police interview room and not his local boozer. "No comment." He exhaled the words in sullen weariness. But Ruby refused to allow his non-committal response to get in her way. "What did you mean when you said Lisa had her breasts on display?" The fact the young girl had changed quickly from her swimsuit and not bothered to put her bra back on was not public knowledge. Ruby only knew it because a friend of Lisa's had mentioned her complaining about the underwire as she stuffed it into her bag in the changing room that night. Danny's comments gave scope for another inference to be drawn, a tiny one, but an inference just the same. I meant she probably dressed the same as most young women these days," Danny said, forgetting his earlier advice of keeping stum. Ruby stared without blinking until he shifted under the weight of her gaze. "So you're telling me this isn't you?" she clarified, waiting for his solicitor to complain that she was labouring the point. He opened his hands wide in a gesture of innocence. "It ain't me. I was at the hostel, in bed. I got in at around 7 and stayed there until the next day. I left around 12. "Yet nobody's seen you in all that time." Danny's shoulders jerked upwards in another shrug. "I keep to myself. I watched some documentary on the telly from 8 to 9, and then I fell asleep." It would not have been difficult for him to find out what was on TV, and he'd had time to get his story straight, although Ruby was grateful nobody had been stupid enough to provide him with an alibi. She allowed him to give a potted account of his movements before allowing Ash to follow up with extra questions, referring to his notes. "You said you were in your room at the hostel from 7 p.m. until 12 the next morning. Is that correct?" "That's what I told you." Danny nodded, tucking his hands under his sweat-stained armpits as he folded his arms across his chest. "So how did your fingerprint get on what has been identified as Lisa Caldwell's jewellery?" Ash produced the exhibit, referencing it for the purpose of the recording. "No idea," Danny said with a shrug. "Did you attend Buster Turner's Jewellery Emporium on the night of the murder?" "No." "Did you try to pawn jewellery that night?" "I told you I was in my room." Good, Ruby thought, paying close attention as Danny dug himself into a bigger hole. Ash finished up his questions before passing the baton back to Ruby. They had prearranged their interview questions and worked in harmony with one mutual goal, Ash had prepped their suspect and allowed him to lie. Now it was time for Ruby to move in for the kill. She cleared her throat as she inhaled the stench of fresh sweat rising from Danny's direction. You refused to allow police to take intimate samples when you entered custody. Can you tell me why? They were an hour into the interview, and she itched to escape for a cigarette. I don't want no filthy copper touching my knob. Ruby almost laughed at the irony, but kept her amusement in check. It was the force medical examiner, but you would have known that. It's not the first time you've found yourself in this situation, is it, Danny? He snorted in response, his face devoid of remorse. Bad character was something Ruby would ask Ash to draw upon at the end of the interview. He'd read through Danny's past police history for the benefit of the recording. Thankfully, we don't need permission for other methods of analysis. You've got quite a distinctive walk, haven't you? Ruby was referring to his bow legs and the John Wayne-type saunter that accompanied it. I've had it since I was a kid, nothing I can do about it. And it's relatively rare, isn't it? It usually stems from having rickets as a child. She was all too aware of his deprived childhood. I requested a gait analysis when you came into custody. It's where experts analyse your walk against other footage and find a match. Much like this walk here, she said, pressing play on the laptop. Danny paled as it displayed an image of his signature loping gait. As I said, being bow-legged is an unusual condition these days. I'm confident we'll come up with a match between your entrance into custody and the footage here. So, I'll ask you again. Is this you on the CCTV? Danny folded his arms, shrinking back from the screen. No comment. The duty solicitor peered over his glasses at the footage before sliding a sideways glance at him. Ruby continued. I know we can't see your face here, but it's quite clear on CCTV when you ventured to Buster Turner's jewellery emporium on Bethnal Green Road to sell Lisa Caldwell's jewellery. The pawnbroker provided us with a statement, by the way. It contains an excellent description, by all accounts, matching the clothing seen on our CCTV. Ruby pointed to the laptop with the tip of her pen. Black sweatshirt, baseball cap, torn jeans and boots. Oh, and the black rucksack on your back. The same black rucksack you had when you left prison. We've also obtained a further statement from an independent witness, stating that a man fitting your description was hanging around that night. The witness had been the manager of the leisure centre. Ruby wished he had voiced his concerns at the time, in the form of a phone call to the police, instead of a statement the next day. But her colleagues were stretched thin, and it was doubtful they could have spared a chance to conduct a drive-by in time anyway. Ruby's heart lit like a furnace as she watched the arrogance drop from her suspect's face. I want to talk to my solicitor. In private, Danny said, his hands dropping to the sides of his seat. Ruby bit back her grin. She had him by the balls, and was clenching them tighter by the second. Chapter 8. Danny nodded as Ruby checked his understanding of the murder charge she had just recited at the custody desk. His shoulders slumped, his head hung low. He was wearing the expression of a man who knew when he was banged to rights. The last 24 hours had been one result after another, and the small swell of pride she felt for her team was only marred by the pointless loss of a young life. Thanks to her visit to Buster Turner, he had positively identified Danny Smedley as the person who sold him the stolen jewellery. As well as the positive fingerprint, Danny's bow-legged gait also proved to be his downfall. It was more than a coincidence that his clothing description, along with his gait, matched that of the person on CCTV. putting him at the scene moments after Lisa took a shortcut through the park. He could have used the excuse that he found the jewelry, just as D.I. Downs had warned, but the fact that Ruby had questioned Danny's whereabouts so early in the interview meant she had given him the perfect opportunity to lie. Had she provided full pre-interview disclosure about the evidence they had gathered, it might have been a different story. Ruby had inhaled the stale smell of accelerant as his clothes were seized in custody, and requested the helicopter go up a second time, confident they would discover the remains of a fire where he disposed of Lisa's clothes. Because yes, Danny was that stupid, and stupid people usually got caught. But Danny Smedley was not the only one to blame. The authorities, deeming him at no risk to the public, would be forced to take responsibility. Whatever happened now would only provide a droplet of comfort to Lisa Caldwell's mother as she fought for breath in a tide of grief. Ruby's satisfaction with her team's efforts was short-lived as D.I. Downs approached her outside his office door. Bar of chocolate in hand, he was looking a lot better these days, and seemed to have got over the worst of his grief since his wife's death the year before. For once, his steel grey suit was neatly pressed, the silver-flecked tie appeared new, and instead of whiskey lacing his breath, his skin carried the hint of safari, a fragrance fitting for a man of his maturity. "That helicopter we sent up, they found something," he said, as they both slid into his office. But she knew by his expression that this was not good news. Biting off a chunk of chocolate, he clicked on his mouse and brought his computer screen to life. The image was streaming live, and Ruby inhaled a sharp intake of breath. For there, as they flew over a graveyard close to the original murder scene, was the body of a young woman, laid out on what appeared to be a tomb. For a few seconds, the scene took on a surreal tone. Ghostly pale, the corpse had an ethereal quality as it lay over the cold, unforgiving stone. Unlike Lisa Caldwell, she was fully dressed, wearing a full-length gown which flared in the violent wind. "That's St. Thomas's recreation ground," Ruby said, rooting in her pocket for car keys. "It's no distance from Lisa's dump site." Eyebrows raised, they shared a glance. She knew they were both thinking the same thing. Depending on the time of death, their suspect may have killed more than one girl. Chapter 9. Ruby was silent as she negotiated traffic, taking shortcuts only known to taxi drivers and those well versed with the maze. A former burial ground, St. Thomas's recreation ground was overlooked by high terrace Victorian houses. As they reached it through the archway of Mare Street, Ruby's mind was working double time as she tried to second-guess what lay before her. Officers had conducted door-to-door checks in this area already. If Danny Smedley was responsible for this crime, how would he have dumped the body in such a public place without being seen? Crime scene tape flapped around the borders of the park, attached to the trees, which had long since shed their leaves. Their bare branches shuddered left and right in the twilight breeze, as if they were warding off the evil within. Ruby fingered her long dark hair from her face, tucking it behind her ear. Her earlier jubilance had disintegrated, replaced by a dark sense of foreboding. The setting seemed to add to her unease. Moss-covered headstones, once plucked from their original resting place, lined the walls on one side. What was once a graveyard had now been converted to an open space, although some of the original headstones and resting places still remained, along with some tombs. On one of the tombs lay the body of their latest victim. Stepping into a forensic suit and overshoes, Ruby felt heaviness descend on her shoulders as she walked towards the crime scene investigators. They had got here in record time, and were already planning to erect a tent to assist them in their harvesting of forensics at the scene. A 14-year-old boy, pale-faced and shaking, was being led away. She drew in a breath as she approached the body, tiptoeing through the dying nettles lining the single point of entry. The last thing she expected was another body turning up so soon. The job still managed to surprise her, even after all this time. The young woman, who looked in her early 20s, was carefully positioned, but, unlike Lisa Caldwell, she was fully clothed. Ruby listened as officers at the scene briefed D.I. Downs. At first, residents thought it was a shop window dummy, which someone had dressed up and left as a sick joke. The 14-year-old informant had got there the same time as the helicopter and, realizing he had an audience in the sky, dialed 999 to report his findings. Most people in that area knew about Lisa Caldwell's murder, and most likely the boy did not want to be put in the frame. It was as if Ruby had stepped into a scene of a fairy tale. The girl was positioned in a state of permanent sleep, eyes closed, the shock of her red ruby lips a contrast against her pale skin. Ruby took in the full-length yellow satin skirt, the blue and red velvet bodice, and the dramatic white collar, which rested beneath her bobbed black hair. The words left her voice in a whisper. Snow White. She touched the grey, weathered tombstone, as if to remind herself that she was not caught in a dream. It's all so surreal, she whispered, more to herself than anyone else. Unlike the girl who had been found staring up at the stars, this victim was not a natural beauty, but someone who had been tampered with to produce a shocking wax-like effect. There was something about the lie of her chest that made Ruby look again. She itched to remove the outer clothing to see what lay beneath. This was nothing like the frenzied attack where the killer had fled the scene of the previous victim. This was a careful, deliberate killing, a crime scene which had been carefully prepared. She frowned as her investigator's mind warned it was too early to discount a connection between this victim and the last one. She thought about the delay in arresting Danny Smedley due to Warrow's hesitation. Did this grant him enough time to find and kill another victim? They were no distance from the park where Lisa Caldwell's body was found. She could feel the eyes of the nearby residents boring down upon her as she surveyed the area. The girl needed to be shielded, but, with night closing in, time was not on their side. After photographing the scene from every angle, the tent was being erected to protect crime scene investigators as they worked inside. The light was fading, much to the hindrance of the fingertip search, which would also be organized with haste. Public parks were incredibly difficult scenes because of the amount of transient evidence. Chewing gum, cigarette butts, and even condoms were often found. It would all need to be seized and bagged, but, given the amount of people trampling through the park, its value would be questionable. Ruby stepped aside to allow CSI to get to work. One last glance at the victim's face made her blood freeze. I think I know this girl, our Snow White, she said, the words cold on her breath. But I need to get closer. She felt Downs's firm grip on her arm. No rush. Best we let Bones get on with it. That poor wee lass isn't going anywhere just yet. Bones was the head crime scene investigator, and Ruby knew him well enough to agree that he would not appreciate her interference. She drew back, impatient. Downs was right. She was always moving too fast, and the scene had to be treated with slow and steady deliberation. But she could not bear that somewhere out there was a family waiting for their girl to come home, a girl now lying on a cold slab of weathered stone. Chapter 10. Ellie Mason, 2 days previously. Ellie nursed her cheekbone as she sat at her dressing table, preparing to disguise her bruises for her evening shift. She wished she was back working for the Crosbys, with nice clients who granted them a little bit of respect. No one ever hit a Crosby girl. Lenny once said that hurting one of his girls was the same as keying his car. At first, she had not been impressed at being compared to a piece of property. But now she longed for the old days, because at least it showed he cared in some way. Sleeping with Lenny had been something all the girls strived for, because they got treated better than anyone else. He had a steely coldness about him, and wasn't as handsome as his brother Nathan, but he valued the girls in his own way. The only time she saw Nathan was when he gave her her marching orders, and that had been her own stupid fault, playing in the snow during working hours. It was hypocritical, she had told him, providing the clients with cocaine and not being able to take it herself. And now look where she was, about to stand on the streets and freeze her arse off for a few lousy quid. But her mum relied on the income, and there were no proper jobs for people like her anymore. She sighed at her reflection in the mirror, picking up her makeup brush to swirl concealer onto her cheekbone. She had been beaten up by pimps in the past, but Frankie enjoyed inflicting cruelty. It was all because she had taken a liking to one of the clients. He had called himself John and made a change from the usual type, fat and sweaty with a paunch hanging over their nether regions. Finding their cock was like a game of hide and seek. At first, she thought John was a cop, but Frankie was always careful about things like that. Nobody pulled the wool over Frankie's eyes, and heaven help them if they tried. He ruled the underbelly of his portion of East London. Sure, he would bow down to people like the Crosbys, who were at the top of the chain. He looked up to them, and in his eyes, they had achieved godlike status. It was due to her spark of defiance that Frankie picked on her more than the other working girls. He had broken their spirit within weeks, but not hers. He could see she was trying to get off the gear, and she had confided to John that one day she would meet someone nice enough to encourage her to get out. Maybe Frankie had seen that hope in her eyes, or perhaps John had let it slip. A flicker of optimism was something Frankie would enjoy stamping out. That morning, he had set her up with Lorenzo, a man who wore his dinner in his beard, his breath carrying the remnants of his garlic lunch. She had seen him before, but had always managed to wriggle out of having him as a client. His yellow-stained fingers were usually found burrowed halfway up his nose, and his body was covered in thick black hair that would give King Kong a run for his money. While personal hygiene meant nothing to him, he was a big player in the drugs industry, and Frankie felt he had been holding out on him about a future deal. The private session was a way of killing two birds with one stone. It would leave Lorenzo indebted to him, because Ellie was so good, one meeting would never be enough. It would also serve to teach her a lesson for her continued defiance. She had masked her repulsion, telling herself that this method of punishment was preferable to the threat of physical violence. Or so she thought. Wearing a broad grin, Lorenzo had left and, as Ellie gathered up her clothes, Frankie had entered the room. She expected him to say that she was off the hook, but she had been wrong. Frankie had pinched her jaw tight between his fingers, telling her that he wasn't finished with her yet. "Don't think you're above punishment just because you've done your job," he said, his eyes fiendish as he reached for a bottle of nail varnish remover from his back pocket. Today, he had excelled himself by making her choose between having acetone in her eye or shaving off all her hair. He had shaken the bottle of remover while counting down the seconds as he awaited her response. Ellie knew nothing of the effects, but she believed him when he claimed it could cause permanent damage to her sight. It was a no-brainer. She had to choose the loss of her hair over her eyesight, because her hair would grow back, right? But her naturally highlighted blonde hair was the only thing about herself that she loved, which was why Frankie wanted to shave it all off. No amount of pleading or crying would sway him from his decision. As he pointed out, he owned her, and she should be grateful that he was giving her a choice. Nah, what's it gonna be? Because if you don't give me an answer in the next 10 seconds, you're losing both eyes. Acetone eats into your cornea. Burns like hell, so I'm told. All right. Ellie jerked back her jaw as she screamed. Take my hair as long as I can wear a wig. Frankie's smile grew wider, his voice curling in mock sympathy. Of course you can, baby. I'm not cruel. Besides, who would want to fuck you bald? He laughed as he handed her the clippers, preferring to watch as she did it herself. Ellie sobbed as her hair fell to the ground, along with the last of her dignity. She retreated inside herself, masking the horror she felt as the final strands of hair fell to the floor. But Frankie had taken it as another look of defiance, and slapped her hard across the cheek. Ellie recoiled, her heart plummeting as he reached for the nail varnish remover after all. Surely not after all he had put her through. But as he threw the contents over her, she realized he had been playing her all along. It's water, you stupid whore. Next time you think about leaving, it'll be the real thing. He left the room as she picked up her hair from the ground. Pulling a bobbin from her wrist, she tied the long blonde strands into a ponytail, sobbing for what she had lost. She would never be free. One day she was going to end up dead. If the punters didn't kill her, then Frankie surely would. Ellie realized she was sobbing. Puffy-eyed, she wiped away the trails of mascara running down her face. Her scalp itched underneath the blonde wig. Her hair would never grow the same again. She wanted to die. Anything was better than the life she led now. She sat on the bed, the tears flowing freely, along with her pent-up anger and frustration. Sliding her hand under the pillow, she curled her fingers around the ponytail she had fashioned, stroking the silky softness. She was not ready to touch her scalp and feel the nothingness. The power had gone to Frankie's head. He was fucked up. Snot bubbled from her nose, and she wiped it away. Too scared to live and too afraid to die, she was in limbo. More tears fell, blurring her vision. All she could make out was the glint of blonde on her lap. But she had to clean herself up. She had an appointment with one of her regulars. He was too embarrassed to attend because of his disfigurement, which was why she always went to him. He smelt of pee, but paid well, always making sure she kept some money aside for herself. It was easy money, and he took 15 minutes of her time at the most. The extra cash would count towards her escape fund. Frankie may have won today, but she wasn't giving up. She felt a pang of guilt as she thought of her mother, but she could not live this lifestyle to support her anymore. Pulling on her jeans, she knew there was no need to dress up for the doctor. He had costumes of his own. Chapter 11. Ellie Mason lived in humble accommodation. It reminded Ruby of the flat she used to squat in with Nathan before it was demolished, back in her teens. Situated over a newsagent's, it contained a small square living room cum diner, and 2 matchbox-sized bedrooms, which barely afforded room for their single beds. All the flats on that road were laid out much the same way, and the occupants were no strangers to the police. Mary Mason was a diminutive woman. Years of worry were evident, having emerged as frown lines furrowing her face, a face that carried expressions of both fear and hope as she waited for answers. Ruby had come to see these expressions many times in her job. It was amazing how the human face could contort itself to simultaneously produce dual emotions. As Ruby introduced herself, Mary stepped back, almost tripping on her threadbare dressing gown as she silently allowed her inside. "It's not good news, is it?" Mary's voice was thin and shaky as they entered the living room. "I've had a bad feeling all day." Picking strewn clothes off the tattered sofa, she indicated to Ruby to sit down. "I'm sorry," Ruby said. She hated platitudes, but today she meant the words. She took a seat, trying not to imagine herself in Mary's place. It could so easily have been her, had her life not turned itself around. Mary had grown up on the street across from Ruby's home and had her fair share of problems, which she readily transferred to her daughter. Ellie was no stranger to trouble, but always found her way back in one piece. But Mary seemed to realize that today her daughter's luck had run out. How sad it was, Ruby thought, that a bright young girl such as Ellie would end up on the streets. She was far from stupid, having done well in school. The certificates on the wall and numerous swimming trophies were a testament to that. But the boyfriend she had long since broken up with had introduced her to a dark pastime. With a father in prison and an alcoholic mother, it was easier to accept the promise of happiness gifted by narcotics than believe that she would ever get anywhere in life. Ruby drew in a deep enough breath to accommodate the words she had not expected to repeat so soon. "Today we found the body of a young woman. Fingerprint analysis has suggested it's your daughter, Ellie." Ruby continued to echo the same words she had used in Lisa Caldwell's house, how Mrs. Mason would be given the opportunity of a formal identification, and how a family liaison officer would be assigned to assist her with the process that lay ahead. Mary Mason just nodded silently, her face stony grey. Numbed by a steady diet of alcohol, perhaps she was able to keep it together better than her counterpart, Mrs. Caldwell. "How long was she there?" Mary said. With a shaky hand, she lit a roll-up cigarette, leaving Ruby in a cloud of smoke as she exhaled. "Not very long. We'll know more after the post-mortem." 3 days she's been gone. 3 days. Mary's eyes narrowed as she sent Ruby an accusing glare. "This is your lot's fault. If you found her after I reported her missing, she'd be alive now." "Police took your report, which meant they looked into it," Ruby said, knowing her words were of little comfort. It was no surprise that Mary was turning the blame onto her. After a lifetime of shrugging off her responsibilities, she was hardly going to accept her part in her daughter's death now. If she had been a better mother, taken care of them both, instead of sending her out to work for some pimp. Ruby sighed. Who was she to judge? She had delivered the news, and now she was needed back at the station. "But nobody cared," Mary wailed, digging her fingers into Ruby's forearm as they both stood. "It's because she was a posse, isn't it? That's why you'd rather sit on your ass instead of going out to look for my girl. This is all your fault." Ruby thought of her colleagues who worked merciless hours, often completing full shifts without finding the time to eat. She thought of the endless paperwork, along with the pressure to gain detections, and the colleagues who risked their necks every time they walked the beat. She glanced around the flat, littered with empty wine bottles and takeaway cartons, the air so stale you could cut it with a knife. She felt sympathy for Mary Mason just the same. Blaming the police was a knee-jerk reaction, and less painful than facing up to the fact she had let her daughter down. Ruby wished she could have told her that they had pulled out all the stops, but she knew that the report of Ellie Mason would have been filed along with all the other missing person notifications they had received that day. Most of the time, such girls turned up of their own accord. There was nothing to indicate that Ellie Mason would be any different. But now, as her body lay on the cold slab of the mortuary, Ruby wished there was something more she could have done. It always came down to the same thing. They had to prioritize their work by a matter of urgency, because they didn't have the manpower to deal with everything the same day. Ruby had read the newspaper headlines for Lisa Caldwell, the young university student with a promising future ahead. She wondered what story would be created, if any, for Ellie Mason. Chapter 12. "It wasn't me," Danny Smedley said, looking panicked at the prospect of being questioned about Ellie Mason's death. But Ruby knew better than to be lured in by his pleas of innocence. She breathed in the faint smell of cheap paint that hung in the inoffensive room, the result of some recent prison renovations. Danny was currently being detained at Her Majesty's pleasure, pending trial for the murder of Lisa Caldwell. He was a different picture to the outspoken man she and DC Ash Baker had encountered in Shoreditch Police Station. Now, as they sat across from him for the second time, Danny's arrogance melted away. So too had his long hair and shaggy beard. Clad in a grey prison-issue tracksuit, a buzz-cut exposed slivers of white lines on his scalp as old scars were revealed. Ruby wondered if he was wearing them as a badge of honour, now he had returned to prison. She, on the other hand, had worn her smartest designer suit, teaming it up with a pair of sharp black heels in the hope of being taken seriously. Her work wardrobe usually consisted of blazer jackets, tight-fitting black trousers, and whatever blouse was clean on that day. Her Ted Baker tailored suit was reserved for special occasions only, and today she felt as if she meant business. She loosened the single button of her jacket. DC Ash Baker was by her side, having both gone through the rigmarole of searches and scanners as they arrived. Police officers were checked the same as everybody else gaining entry, much to Ash's disconcertion. The short first account interview was designed to accomplish the facts quickly while they awaited the autopsy results of their latest murder victim. Timing was everything, although Ruby had been warned it was impossible to ascertain the exact time of death. Checking out Danny's alibi would give them something to go on in the meantime. Danny's lips parted in an anguished moan, his yellowed teeth exposed as he pleaded his innocence from across the table. "You're not pinning that on me." Ruby had heard of his change of plea. The evidence had mounted up against him, and his solicitor would have advised pleading guilty in the hope of a shorter sentence. Given the crime, Ruby hoped that was unlikely to occur. "So where were you on the night of Ellie's murder?" she said. He took a deep breath, exhaling his words. "I was in the hostel. This is the honest-to-God truth. I didn't kill that girl." "Killed which girl?" Ruby said, wondering if he could remember the name of the life he had snuffed out. "Neither of them." He rubbed the bristles of his shaven head. "I coughed to that Lisa bird because I was on a promise, but I'm not owning up to this, no way. I'm no serial killer." Ruby's grimace was set by the disgust she felt inside. "So let me get this straight. You denied murdering Lisa, then pleaded guilty. Now you want to change your plea to not guilty?" "Yes. I didn't kill either of those girls." Danny's voice rose an octave. "Speak to the hostel, His voice trailed away, and his eyebrows knit together in a frown. "That's the black woman on reception, the one with the dreads. She'll remember me." "If we find forensics on Ellie after you plead not guilty to her murder, the judge will come down hard." "You won't find nothing belonging to me." Danny shifted in his chair. In the distance, a bell shrilled, a reminder of the schedule that would rule his life for years to come. "What did you mean when you said you were on a promise?" "I came across Lisa in the park. Her body was still warm." At first I thought she was passed out, drunk. I was a bit bladdered myself, you see." He cleared his throat. "I took her jewellery. I figured she didn't need it anymore. I didn't kill her, I swear." "Are you taking the piss?" Ash said. His complexion had taken on a deep pink hue. Up until now, he had seemed happy to remain silent, scribbling Danny's responses onto his notepad. Ruby glanced at her colleague, whose knuckles had curled over his pen. Repressed anger oozed from every pore. But Ash had dealt with murderers and abusers many times in his career. Why was he letting it get to him now? Danny glanced from Ash to Ruby. "It's true." "So why did you change your plea?" Ruby said, willing to humour him. "Because I had a message from someone you don't say no to. He said he'd look after me if I coughed to Lisa's murder. I figured I was already in the frame, so I agreed." "Who?" Ruby said, her brows knitted in confusion. Just what was Danny Smedley playing at now? "I can't tell you who it was. That'll get me killed." "So you're telling me you confessed to rape and murder because someone pressured you into it?" Danny shrugged. "I get hot meals, a bed for the night, and that lovely lady from the church comes and visits me." Ruby's face soured. She placed her clenched fists on the table, leaning forward as she stood. It took every ounce of her self-restraint not to smack him in the face. "You don't feel the slightest bit of remorse, do you? How much pain is this going to cause the victim's family if they've got to watch this go to a full trial? The least you can do is plead guilty and put them out of their misery." He glanced around the bare walls. "I was all ready to, until you tried to pin this other murder on me. I swear I'm telling you the truth." Ruby sat back as she mulled things over. She glanced at Ash, who responded by rolling his eyes. But a small voice niggled at the back of her brain. There was something eerie about the way Lisa's body had been laid out. Arms outstretched, hair splayed. And then there was the unnatural curve of Ellie's chest. Latest updates stated she had received stitches, which suggested a recent operation. This was information not yet made public knowledge. With both Lisa and Ellie's autopsies due soon, Ruby needed to get back. What if Danny Smedley really was telling the truth? What if the killer was still loose on the streets? Chapter 13. Sorry I missed the autopsies. Ruby closed her office door as the buzz of her team's activity filtered through. Traffic was a nightmare leaving prison. It seems like everyone wanted to visit their nearest and dearest today. Can you give me the lowdown? "No bother," Vera said, a hint of a Scottish accent travelling down the phone. "Your DI was able to make it after all. I'm putting together my report now, but I'm happy to give you the salient points in the meantime." Ruby smirked. DI Downs was a pure delegator. DCI Warrow had requested the presence of a member of the team, and Downs had volunteered Ruby to accompany her, citing he had an urgent appointment elsewhere. Appointment, my arse, Ruby thought. He was able to wriggle out of it quickly enough when push came to shove. She knew him well enough to recognize his little habits. Lately, he had been hinting that he would like her company, and not just in police time. She liked Jack, and it would have been easy to fall into a relationship with him, allow it to develop into something more. He rarely made demands on her, accepting her for who she was, but it wouldn't have been fair on either of them. Both their heads were filled with ghosts, his with his wife, who had died the year before, and hers with Nathan Crosby, a man she was better off without. Taking a gulp of tea, she listened as Vera ran through her observations. "Given what your DI has said about him, I don't think Danny Smedley is your suspect." For Eddie's murder, Ruby said, recalling their snow-white girl. For either of them. Smedley's always rape, isn't it? Yes, but such things have been known to progress to murder, Ruby said, wondering where this was going. But Lisa wasn't raped, Vera said, matter-of-factly. What makes you so sure? Ruby said. I mean, I know there's usually bruising, but what if he did it after she passed out? Lisa was a virgin. Evidentially, she hadn't had sex with anyone, let alone a killer. She died from asphyxiation. The thumb marks on her windpipe demonstrated the killer knew exactly where to press for maximum results. Ruby rubbed her forehead. What started off as a straightforward case was now proving to be anything but. But I saw the bruises on her body. There are signs of a struggle, and, given the girl was naked, there's nothing to say the killer wasn't disturbed before he did the deed. Yet he took the time to remove her earrings and the rest of her jewellery without making a mark. Exactly, Vera agreed. Such things are often ripped off. There's no sign of that. But Danny Smedley's remanded in custody. He confessed to her rape and murder. It's not up to me to tell you how to do your job, but I don't believe he murdered Ellie. Whoever killed this girl knew how to handle a scalpel. Yes, Ruby said. There was mention of a scar on her chest. It's too fresh to be a scar. The stitches were still in place, Vera said. They've gone to significant efforts to change her appearance, too. Her hair has been recently clipped short, and her bodily hair, all of it, was removed. When you say all, Ruby said, her words trailing away as she tried to comprehend the news. I mean all. Eyebrows, eyelashes, arms, legs, pubic hair, the lot. The closeness of the shave would suggest a cut-throat razor was used, or perhaps wax, she mused. Although, I'd be more inclined to go for the blade. That must have taken a fair bit of time, Ruby said, scribbling the words, undisturbed location, on a piece of scrap paper. Not only that, but they've then glued on false eyelashes and drawn on a pair of eyebrows to boot. Ruby took another sip of tea. It tasted bitter as it hit her throat, but it was down to Vera's words rather than the quality of tea bags. What sort of ghoulish makeover was this? She grasped for a semblance of normality. Couldn't she have done that herself? She was a working girl, and there's a bit of a trend for the fake look at the moment. It's doubtful. Ellie was hair-free in places she could never have reached on her own. And then there's the skin bleaching. It would have stung like hell in her intimate areas. This was more than the disposal of forensic evidence. They've gone way beyond that. Ruby nodded into the phone. Any signs of a struggle? The welts on her wrist suggest she was restrained. Echoes of the door-knocker killer found their way into Ruby's memory. Despite having solved the case, she could not rule out a copycat killer. Any rope burns? What about her ankles? Any lesions in her mouth? No cuts, no rope burns. More like thick belt marks, and only on her wrists. She's got a few puncture marks and faded bruises, but that's not uncommon for a girl with her way of life. The trick is separating what happened before she met the killer. We can only surmise. Any forensics on either of the girls? It's early days. It's my estimation that Ellie may have been in captivity for a couple of days before she was murdered. Blood tests have been requested, but it wouldn't surprise me if she were drugged throughout. Ruby sighed, hoping that was the case, if only to spare her the horrors of her ordeal. Time of death? She knew how much Vera hated being pinned down on such things. "Ah, I guessed you were going to ask me that. Lisa wasn't dead very long before being discovered. But Ellie..." She exhaled loudly. "Sometime in the last 24 hours. Will that do you?" "It definitely rules out Danny Smedley," Ruby said, "although I won't be letting him off the hook just yet." "Looks like you need to cast your net wider," Vera said. "When your suspect finished cleaning up Ellie, and I mean deep cleaning, he conducted a little invasive surgery, hence the stitches on her chest." Outside, a siren blared through the streets of London, and Ruby raised her voice to be heard. "Surgery? I presumed she'd been injured and he'd stitched her up after she died." "More like he took a keepsake. He's removed some of her internal organs, her liver and lungs, to be exact." Ruby frowned. She didn't like the sound of this. "And done what with them?" "Your guess is as good as mine. D.I. Downs is going to brief the team when he gets back." Ruby shuddered, thinking of a horror movie she had recently watched. "I hope we don't have one of those cannibal killers on the loose." "I think you'd best be researching the origin of your story first." Ruby recalled the black wig, the ivory white skin. The Snow White theme. "Yes, we found the remnants of an apple in her stomach. We're analysing the remains for poison." Ruby sighed. If the apple was poisoned, it meant that Ellie would have been conscious for part of the attack. So much for being spared. No signs of sexual attack? "Not forced, although she was sexually active. But that's hardly a surprise, given her profession. Oh, and there's one more thing." "What's that?" Ruby said, adding to her notes. "She had rat droppings in her hair, so perhaps you need to direct your search into areas that would be likely to carry vermin." Ruby thought it over. The killer's invasive deep clean could not have been solely born from the need to dispose of evidence. But why go to so much trouble to bleach skin and remove hair, then allow vermin to invade the body? Unless Ellie had been left alone for periods of time in a place where rats frequented. Questions flooded her mind, but Vera was still talking. "Whoever the killer is, they took great care in transforming her. She was almost unrecognisable from the photo that D.I. Downs supplied. Perhaps it was one of her clients who held a grudge. But then, I'm not going to tell you how to do your job." "Let's hope it was a one-off," Ruby said, a dragging feeling growing in her stomach. With briefing due in half an hour, it was going to be another late night. Chapter 14. Ruby stood at the head of the briefing room, hands on hips, as she surveyed her team. It had taken her just minutes to bring them up to speed. They had been busy making inquiries of their own, evidenced by the countless updates being placed on the computer system at a rate of knots. It was a job to keep up with them, along with the endless amount of checking, approving, and chasing up she had to do. Eve sat to her left, the only other female in her room. Wearing a black linen dress, her pregnancy bump was barely visible. With DCI Warrow and D.I. Downs being called away, it was up to Ruby to lead briefing. She wasted no time in getting stuck in. "How's your workloads?" The question invoked a low murmur of laughter, and it rippled around the room. The Metropolitan Police Central Communications Command handled over 20,000 calls each day. It was virtually impossible to keep up, due to the very nature of their role. Ruby knew that as well as they did, but she still insisted on asking the question. "I'll rephrase that," she said, conscious their time was precious. "Everyone managing okay?" DC Ashbaker tugged on his earlobe, The tips of his fingers yellowed from his nicotine habit. The most senior of detective constables, he was used to speaking on their behalf. No worries this end. Uniform have been giving us a dig out with some of the lesser inquiries, leaving us to progress the investigation. Ruby nodded. Of this she was aware. The serious crime team had a decent overtime budget, unlike other departments in the force, but it was not a bottomless pit, and the pressure for results was growing by the hour. She glanced at the board behind her. On one side was university student Lisa Caldwell, and on the other, young prostitute Ellie Mason. Even without the thick black line dividing the two cases, the gap between them could not have been any wider. D.I. Downs has reiterated that Ellie's case isn't linked to the murder of Lisa Caldwell. Despite Danny Smedley's change of heart, the court case was going ahead. But now Ruby was less convinced of his guilt. All she could do was comply with her superior's wishes and hope further evidence was unearthed. It was bizarre, to say the least. Her eyes fell on the photograph of Ellie Mason in her vivid yellow, red and blue gown. The tombstone beneath her appeared drained of all colour, apart from the weeds creeping up at the base. "Are we any closer to finding out the motive behind Ellie's body being staged?" she said, turning to her team for answers. Eve shuffled her papers, her jacket draped across her shoulders. Whoever was in control of the heating seemed to be sparing it tonight. Ruby was used to the cold, but Eve was a creature of comfort, and huddled under her coat as she spoke. "I've researched Snow White and fairy stories in general. What you said about her lungs being removed seems to fit in with the original version of the Brothers Grimm." "Go on," Ruby said, wondering why it always fell to Eve, and not her male counterparts, to research such things. "In the Brothers Grimm version, the huntsman was ordered to cut out Snow White's lungs and liver, as proof that she had been killed, not her heart. He took pity on her and allowed her to live, palming the wicked stepmother, or mother in some versions, off with an animal's organs instead." She glanced around the room before returning her attention to her notes. "To cut a long story short, Snow White was poisoned with an apple, but it became dislodged and she survived. Some of the details of the original story are disputed, but I imagine the removal of Ellie's organs and the clothing she was wearing when her body was found are a tribute to the original tale." Ruby's attention was drawn to D.C. Owen Ludgrove, who was rather annoyingly tapping his pen against the table. Luddy was a lovely young man, but she had no doubt he had been read the sanitized version as a child. "Why, though?" he piped up, frustration evident on his face. "It's not even accurate." "That's what we've got to find out," Ruby said. "At this stage, we don't know if the suspect is male or female, young or old, or if they're working with accomplices. Nothing can be ruled out until we know more." "I bet she had some dodgy clients, though," Luddy said. "Things go wrong all the time, we know that." It was true. Ellie was not the first prostitute to be murdered on their patch. But there was more to this case than a one-off killing. It was the attention to detail that made the hairs stand up on the back of Ruby's neck. She kept her expression firm, a gaze of steady determination, as she interacted with her team. But as they exchanged intelligence and delegated jobs, it appeared the answers were not forthcoming as of yet. An hour later, she masked a yawn, casting an eye over the clock on the wall. "We're not going to get any further with this tonight. Go home, get some kip, and be back here bright and early in the morning. Except for you, Eve, you've got a pregnancy scan in the morning, haven't you?" Eve smiled, a twinkle returning to her eyes. "Yes, but I'll be here straight after." "Good, and make sure you bring that scan photo when you do. I'd like to get a glimpse of my namesake before the rest of the team." Ruby winked. They were already taking bets on what the baby was going to be called. As she saw the last of her colleagues out, Ruby flipped off the light switch, wearily hooking her jacket over her shoulder. She knew the faces of Lisa Caldwell and Ellie Mason would haunt her dreams tonight. She prayed for answers tomorrow, before any more victims turned up on her patch. Chapter 15. I need your help. Those were 4 words Ruby never thought she would hear from Nathan's lips. It was 5 in the morning, and as she roused herself from sleep, she detected the sound of a car engine in the background of their call. He was on the road. Ruby rubbed her eyes with the heel of her palms as she sat up in bed. What do you mean? What's going on? As usual, Nathan's response was sharp and to the point. Have you still got the phone I gave you? Yes, Ruby said, a bolt of fear ripping through her as she flicked the plastic button of her bedside lamp. The tone of his voice told her something was very wrong. Are you okay? It's not Kathy, is it? Kathy's fine. Ring me back on the other phone. It's not charged, Ruby said, but Nathan had already hung up. A chill descended as she pushed back her duvet, the wintry night nipping at her skin. Nathan was no stranger to trouble, but he was a proud man. Hearing him call for help made her heart skip a beat. Tumbling out of bed, she wrapped her dressing gown around her. She cursed the electrics as the living room bulb blew for the 2nd time that week. Shitty flipping flat, she muttered, trying to distract herself from her concerns, each one spearing her heart like tiny needles of doom. Kneeling in the corner, she rooted under the floorboards in her secret hiding place. It was hidden for a reason. The contents of that box could put her job in jeopardy. But, regardless of the risk, it was reassuring to know that the firearm Nathan had gifted her was still there. She patted the old tin biscuit box without opening it. Reaching into the old Tesco plastic bag, she took the phone and slid the wooden board back, standing on it until she heard the satisfying click as it fell into place. Like her, Nathan had a spare phone, one that could not be traced. Her heart was hammering by the time she plugged the Nokia into a charger. Dialing Nathan's number, she held her breath, releasing it only when he answered after 2 rings. What's going on? She said. Sitting back on her bed, she was ready to jump into action at a second's notice. But Nathan's voice had taken on a hard edge, as if he'd had time to reconsider his call. You wouldn't happen to know anything about the drugs raid at my place, would you? Ruby frowned. 1 minute he was calling her for help, and the next he was accusing her of having it in for him. You know better than to ask me that. It must have been the drug squad. But why was he calling her at this hour over a drugs raid? Nathan wasn't stupid enough to keep the product in his home. His quick wit and intelligence had kept him out of prison all these years, and he wouldn't begin taking stupid risks now. She strained to hear the sound of traffic in the background, knowing that he would not be making telephone calls from the back of the police car. His silence unnerved her. She had to keep him talking before he changed his mind and hung up. Just tell me, what's happened? I came home to find the place was swarming with old Bill. Mum texted to warn me so I didn't go in. The place was clean, but they found something else. Something that puts me right in the shit. What is it? Ruby asked, wanting to get dressed, but unable to leave the phone while it was plugged into the charger. It's a setup, that's what it is. Someone's trying to frame me for that girl's murder, the one you found dressed as Snow White. News of the killing had hit the media early. It was hard to avoid, given that both Lisa and Ellie's bodies were found in such public places. You're not making any sense, Ruby said. Are you talking about Ellie Mason? Why would they frame you for that? They found her under my bed in a gift box. They must have thought there were drugs inside. It's fucking disgusting. I don't know how they got in, but someone's going to pay." Ruby leant into the phone, her mind swimming in confusion as she tried, but failed, to work things out. "This is doing my head in. 1 minute I'm fast asleep, and the next you're ringing me up, talking about drug raids and gift boxes. I'm sorry, Nathan, but can you get to the bit where you start making sense?" "It belongs to that girl you found, I know it does." "What?" Ruby said, her tone insistent. "What was in the box?" "Her lungs and liver, the dirty bastards. Someone put them in a box under my bed." Ruby drew in a sudden breath as the seriousness of the situation sunk in. "I see. Where are you now?" But Nathan's inability to answer a direct question was painfully evident as she tried to access the truth. "It's a set-up. They'll waste no time in getting a warrant for my arrest," Nathan said. "I need to lay low for a while. You need to sort this out. I'm not going to prison." "There'll be a trace on your car," Ruby said. "And don't use a cash machine. There's CCTV everywhere. It's only a matter of time until they find you." "I've got no problem laying low," Nathan said, his voice clear as the steady hum of the car engine extinguished in the background. Wherever he was, he had arrived at his destination. His tone lowered, almost pleading, as if she was the only person in the world he could rely upon. "Can I trust you?" Ruby frowned. She sensed he was coming to the end of the call. "What kind of question is that? Of course you can. How did they get into your house to plant the box? I thought that place was a fortress." "It is. The cops have seized the CCTV. I wouldn't put it past them to corrupt the evidence." "Now hang on. You know how long they've been waiting to collar me. They're not going to let a little thing like CCTV get in the way. But that's the least of my worries now. I'm staying at your new flat tonight, and then I'm moving on. I'm relying on you to clear my name. I'm not going to prison." "You won't," Ruby said, heaving a sigh so deep it made her feel like she was drawing up air from inside her toes. Her head was spinning. Soon dawn would be filtering through the flimsy bedroom curtains. She needed to get dressed and go to work. But what would she do then? D.I. Downs knew all about her on-off relationship with Nathan, and he wasn't one of his biggest fans. There was no way she could share Nathan's location, but she was a member of the establishment that was hunting him down. She had never felt so torn, wanting to see her lover, but unwilling to draw attention to his location. Nobody knew about that flat apart from the two of them. He had always kept it a secret, even from his brother. It was well stocked. There was no reason that he could not stay there until this died down. But did he trust her? Was that what this was really all about? Her investigator's mind taking over, Ruby returned her attention to their conversation. "I'll help you, but it works both ways. I need a list of all the people who could be setting you up for this." "That's a fucking long list, babe," Nathan said, the night breeze taking his whispers as a car door slammed behind him. Ruby imagined him leaving the car and taking cautious steps as he entered the walkway to the flat. "I know, but there's a lot easier ways for people to get revenge than planting a set of internal organs under your bed. This is someone who's inventive and would go to any lengths." She tapped her bottom lip as she thought it through. "I'll keep my phone hidden, but if you need to reach me in an emergency, you'll have to block your number before texting my work mobile. Just say something like, 'Thanks for the flowers,' so if my texts are interrogated, it won't show up on the history that we've spoken." The jingle of keys was followed by the sound of a door closing. At least he was inside, safe for now. "Okay, you go to work as normal," Nathan replied. Don't act like you know anything until they tell you. He inhaled a terse breath. I hope I can trust you, Ruby. A bloom of outrage rose from within, and Ruby pulled the phone from its charger as she paced the floor. That's 3 times you've brought my loyalty into question. After all we've been through, do you know how hurtful that is? Nathan groaned, falling silent as he formed an appropriate response. He never was very good at conveying his emotions. I don't mean it that way. You'd only serve me up if you thought it was for my own good. You'd want me to turn myself in because I'm innocent. But it doesn't work like that. They'll put me away for this. They've been looking for an excuse for a long time now. Ruby wanted to tell him that that would never happen, but she could not find the words. Sometimes police relied on other means to catch known criminals, such as traffic offences or financial matters, instead of what was really going down. But they would never manufacture evidence. Then again, her colleagues would not need to search hard for forensics when it was so conveniently planted under Nathan's bed. I swear I won't say a word. Just hang tight where you are. I'll do everything I can to sort this out, but I need to know what I'm dealing with. What about your car? You don't need to worry about that, Nathan said. Of course, Nathan was well versed in covering his tracks and had most likely swapped it on the way over. Ruby jumped as her mobile phone played out. She glanced at the screen before returning her attention to Nathan. It's Downs. I'll find out what we're dealing with, and I'll call you as soon as I can. In the meantime, I need you to compile a list of all the people you've pissed off over the last year, including any recent prison releases. You know what these people are capable of. We'll have this cleared up soon. Ruby tried to sound hopeful as she ended the call, but she knew the truth. If she wanted to clear Nathan's name, she had a fight on her hands. Chapter 16. As D.I. Downs called Ruby inside, she threw her eyes over the empty takeaway cartons on his desk. His office stank of last night's curry. The tie loosely hanging around his neck harboured a matching stain, and she wondered if he had slept in his clothes. They had finished just before 2, which meant she was motoring with only a couple of hours' sleep in the tank. Not that it was worth mentioning. By the look on Downs's face, he was in no mood to offer sympathy. What's going on? She asked, doing her best to project a look of confusion. Don't pretend you don't know, Downs said. After catching her disapproving glance, he turned to throw the takeaway wrappers in the bin, still grumbling as he opened the window, allowing the spicy smell an escape. Spikes of rain dappled the blinds as they swung from left to right. Wind and rain were gathering outside with the promise of a storm. It was going to be a rotten day. I'm no idiot, Downs grumbled, taking a seat in his swivel chair. And I've known you too long to believe you're in the dark about this. Ruby leant against the side of his desk. It was too late to change tack now. Boss, I've no idea what you're talking about, but it better be good for you to drag me in here at this ungodly hour. Is it the murder case? You know I still think Danny Smedley could be telling the truth. Arms folded, Downs delivered a relentless stare, as if he was trying to see into her soul. But lengthy silences meant nothing to Ruby. She was the queen of long pauses, and would be the last person to crack. It's Nathan Crosby, he relented. The drug squad carried out a raid on his home last night, and they found evidence connecting him with Ellie Mason's murder. Ruby's eyes widened. It was hard enough hearing it from Nathan, but it still felt like a hammer blow to the stomach to hear it from her superior officer. Deep down, she had hoped that Nathan had got it wrong. Evidence? What evidence? You're having me on, right? Do I look like I'm joking? Downs said, with a face as thunderous as the storm clouds outside. He's wanted for murder. Wanted for murder? So he's not been arrested yet? Ruby said, repeating Downes's words for effect. She knew she could trust Jack enough to tell him that she had spoken to Nathan, but she could not trust herself. Downes had a way of getting around her. In no time at all, he would be persuading her to make Nathan turn himself in. She could see it now, him clasping his hands over hers, his soft, honeyed voice convincing her that if Nathan were innocent, he would have nothing to be concerned about. But she knew that was not true. Nathan had plenty to worry about, and so did she. She could not bear to think of him spending time in police custody, where officers would be tempted to administer some justice of their own. He was at the top of his empire, but there were always people willing to topple him down. She could not afford to tell Downes anything, and once again she found herself being put in an impossible situation as her loyalties were tested. "It's got to be a mistake," Ruby said. "What did they find?" "Well, I'm hardly likely to tell you that now, am I?" Downes said. "Don't you see? I can't allow you to handle this case. It's a conflict of interest." A gust of wind whooped in through the window, scattering a pile of paperwork onto the floor. "Feck's sake," Downes grumbled, slamming the window pane shut. Together they picked up the paperwork from the thinly carpeted floor. Ruby contemplated Downes's outburst. So that was why he was so annoyed. It wasn't just about her. If DCI Warrow found out about her connection with the Crosby family, Downes would get his ass kicked for allowing her to handle the case. Ruby stacked the pile of overtime sheets back onto his desk. She would not beg, but she had to find a way of keeping ownership. She stood firm, grateful they were the only ones in the darkened office. Soon her team would be filtering in, and she didn't want them to witness their disagreement. She closed the blinds, blocking out the view into the office that housed her team. Downes's office was situated across the room from hers, and both were contained on the expansive floor that made up Shoreditch Serious Crime Unit. Satisfied her conversation was private, she turned to her DI. "You can't take me off the case. People will ask questions." No reply. She took it as a good sign and continued. "It's not the first time I've been compromised, is it?" she said, referring to her previous case, the door-knocker killer. "But that turned out okay." Downes grunted. "If you call nearly getting killed turning out okay. What if you find some potentially damning evidence against the Crosby family? What then?" "I think that ship has sailed, don't you?" Ruby said. "If you remove me from the case, the team will be asking why. Nobody will know about my connection with Nathan, not unless you tell them." She softened her voice, touching Downes on the arm. His muscles tensed beneath her fingers, and she slowly drew her hand away. "Boss, please," she said, hoping her face would speak the truth, because she meant what she was about to say. "I won't defend a murderer, especially after he's killed a girl young enough to be my daughter. Neither would I allow a man to blinker me from finding out the truth. You do believe me, don't you?" Downes gnawed on his thumbnail as he mulled it over. "If we find out that Nathan Crosby's responsible, you can't put the brakes on. You have to see it through to the end. But if you can't do that, you need to step away from this investigation now." Ruby was quick to respond. "I'll find justice for Ellie. Think about it. I have an insight to the Crosby family, and yes, of course I'd be investigating the possibilities of planted evidence. But I'll see it from both sides, and maybe bring in some new suspects. I heard about the post-mortem. Nathan's no surgeon." "Maybe, but I'll be privy to some good intel, and you can always overturn my findings if you don't agree." Ruby could see he was softening. Her heart lit like a beacon, She was winning him over. I promise I won't impact on this case in a negative way. You know I'm the right person to oversee this. Please. She stared at him, her dark eyes beseeching. Downes nodded wearily, handing her the folder on his desk. It's the photographs of the evidence found under Crosby's bed. It's not pretty. They're undergoing testing, but we're confident they belong to Ellie Mason. Slipping them from the folder, she flicked through the crime scene photos. The organs were contained in a zip-locked plastic bag, within a macabre black ribboned gift box. Ziploc was good. It would explain why Nathan didn't smell the freshly harvested organs when he proclaimed his innocence. And anything else? Ruby said. Any drugs? No, Downes said. Nothing was found. Of course it wasn't. Nathan may be a lot of things, but he's not stupid. You know as well as I do that he wouldn't keep coke in his house. That warrant was a bit convenient, don't you think? Downes rubbed his chin, for once short of words. Come on, why keep a set of organs under his bed? It's obvious what's going on here, Jack. You must see that. Then why has he run away? If he's so innocent, why didn't he stand his ground? It's not as if he can't afford the best lawyers. Well, would you blame him? I'd do the same thing in his shoes. Evidence is evidence, and a lot of people won't care who planted it there as long as he gets banged up. A door closed in the distance, and Ruby peeped through the blinds as lights were switched on. It's Ash, she said. He's in early. I'll put the kettle on, make us a cuppa before they all roll in. Everything's going to be okay, I can feel it in my bones. But she was trying to convince herself more than anything, and Downes was not finished with her yet. Ruby? Yes, she said, as nonchalantly as she could. When you talk to him, and you will talk to him, you tell him to hand himself in. The longer he stays away, the worse it looks. Another rub of the chin. Ask yourself, if what you're saying is true, and he's been set up, what the hell has he done to deserve this sort of revenge? I've already asked the Crosbys to provide a list of people who hold grudges. Her words jolted to a halt as she realized she had let the cat out of the bag. She cringed as he thumped a hand on her shoulder, but Downes was smiling, a bemused look on his face. I knew you were lying. Very well, we'll do it your way. But put a foot wrong, and we're both for the high jump. Don't let me down. I won't, I promise, Ruby said, grateful that at least she had said the Crosbys instead of Nathan's name. Update your inquiries under Operation Lancelot. I'll grant permission to carry out internal checks on Crosby and his acquaintances. It'll do you some good to find out what's going on with that lot. Ruby nodded. She may have let her knowledge of the case slip, but she was pleased with the clearance to carry on background checks. It would have been tricky otherwise. Hinting she was on the side of the Crosbys was enough bait for Jack to insist that she check them out. She knew all along that was what he had wanted, for her to see the Crosbys for what they really were. She was under no illusions as to what they did for a living, but his reaction suited her just fine. Now she had carte blanche to do as she wished with the investigation. She turned to leave, trying not to look too smug. Downes's voice echoed behind her. Just don't forget who you're dealing with. And if you do bump into Nathan Crosby, I expect you to nick him and bring him in. But call for backup. In a situation like this, they're capable of anything. Yes, boss. Ruby rolled her eyes, glad the blinds were shut, so he could not see her reflection. Nathan would never hurt her, and whatever she discovered about him or his family, she would never allow it to come between them. So why did she feel so nervous about digging into his past? Her phone beeped with a Facebook message from her daughter, worrying about her dad. Ruby shoved it back in her pocket. She would speak to her later. Try to offer reassurance. Tell her that Nathan would soon be in the clear. Because he would, wouldn't he? A rumble of thunder from outside halted her thoughts, filling her with a sudden sense of dread. Chapter 17. "Wakey, wakey," Ruby said, gently shaking DC Ash Baker by the shoulder. "Can I have a word in my office, please?" Ash slowly lifted his head from the paperwork, peeling back the list of taskings from his cheek. "What?" he said, pausing to dry wash his face with his hands. I must have fallen asleep." "Here," Ruby said, minutes later, handing him a mug of tea as they took a seat in her office. Sipping from their mugs, they listened to the relentless winds screeching through the cracks in her window. Rain hammered on the glass outside. Daylight had finally prevailed, and a dull slate colour washed over the city sky, doing nothing for her morale. "You look knackered. You shouldn't have come in so early," she said. But as Ash's shoulders drooped, Ruby could tell that home was not a place where sleep came easily. Tipping back his head, he ingested a mouthful of tea. He smacked his lips and smiled appreciatively. "There's more than tea in this." Ruby leant forward conspiratorially. "Just a drop of whiskey, nothing to set you over the limit. Want to talk about it?" "I'm sure you've got enough going on with this case and everything." But the haunted look in his eyes told her he was desperate to get it off his chest. With briefing due in 10 minutes, soon neither of them would have a second to spare. Ruby's priority sat with the members of her team, and she couldn't help but worry that she was pushing them too hard. "Mate, there'll always be cases," she said, closing the door. "It doesn't mean I don't have the time to listen to you." Ash took another gulp of tea. The deep frown lines embedded in his forehead told her this was a problem that had been worrying him for some time. "Come on, don't pull all that macho keep everything in stuff with me. God knows the job puts enough weight on our shoulders without added problems at home. I take it that's what it is, home." "It's the missus," Ash said, still staring at the floor. "Her depression's getting worse. Mum can't cope with her anymore, and I've had to make some tough decisions." "Really? I'm sorry to hear that. What are you going to do?" "We don't have any choice. She's going to have to be sectioned." His hands were clasped around the mug, as if it were a life buoy in a sea of despair. Rain battered the window from outside, adding to the bleakness of the situation. Ash sighed, his gaze finally meeting Ruby's. "I just can't face going home. What sort of a husband does that make me? What kind of a dad?" His voice cracked, and Ruby could feel the stress emanating from his body. She hated to hear him racked with guilt when he was doing everything he could. It was a place she had been to herself with her mother's dementia, and it didn't seem all that long ago. "Stop it, you silly sod. You're the bravest person I know, and not just in the job. How's the kids?" "The girls have gone to live with my sister, but the missus can't be left alone now she's threatening suicide." Ruby nodded. She had to keep Ash buoyant if she wanted to help him get through it. "But they're okay? I guess it's easier now they've started uni." "Oh, yeah." He paused as he threw her a wry grin. "They love Canterbury. They seem to be a lot happier living with my sister than they ever were with me and Abigail." "I guess it makes sense, with your sister living so near the university," Ruby said. "And it's not as if they're little kids anymore."
Thankfully, Fiona, my sister, loves to have 'em. If it wasn't for her, I don't know what I'd do."
Ruby crossed her legs, deliberately ignoring the clock on the wall. The briefing would have to wait. So is it arranged for tomorrow? Memories of putting her mother into care sprinkled her thoughts.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it, because I know she's going to kick off. She's outraged when I mention treatment. Becomes violent. It's not her fault.
He placed his empty mug on the desk and glanced out the window. Ruby's forehead creased. You've never reported any violence.
Why should she be criminalised because of an illness? Besides, if I were a better dad and husband, maybe none of this would have happened. Yet here I am, burying myself at work because I can't bear to be at home.
If Ruby were to follow procedure, she should document their conversation and ensure any allegations of violence were reported. But Ash's wife was getting sectioned, and police involvement at this stage could only make things worse. Ruby had vowed to be a human being rather than a walking, talking police procedure handbook. It was why her team respected her as much as they did. She took a deep breath. When I put Mum into care, I was sinking in guilt. We couldn't cope living together anymore, and her senility had got so bad that she was a danger to herself. But it didn't stop me from feeling responsible somehow. Sometimes she would shout and scream, and I didn't know where to turn. But you know what? She's used to her care home now. There's nowhere else she'd rather be. I know it's not the same thing, but there's a good chance Abigail will get better. It's not too late for things to go back to what they were when you first met.
But that's the thing,
Ash said, his expression pained as he voiced the words.
The love I felt for her died years ago. It's such a mess.
Ruby was lost for words. Who was she to give relationship advice? Have you spoken to occupational health? Maybe take some time off, go to Canterbury, see the girls? It sounds like you need a holiday.
To be honest, all I want to do is work. When I'm investigating, I feel occupied, you know? Useful. I don't have to think about what's going on at home.
It was a feeling Ruby knew all too well. Her personal life was a mess. Work was all she had to cling to. It was the one place in the world where she felt valued. What about taking the rest of the day off then? Get some sleep, so you're at full strength.
No offence, Sarge, but I'd rather be here. I've taken a half day off tomorrow. I've arranged for a uniformed officer to come round, to help me get her into the ambulance. Aoife Daly. Remember her? That nice PC that helped me with the house-to-house inquiries in my last case? It turns out her mum has schizophrenia. She's very supportive.
Ruby felt a pang of disappointment that Ash had not come to her first. I would have been glad to support you, mate, had you asked.
I'm always bending your ear. Besides, it's all taken care of. If Abigail's not sectioned soon, she'll do herself in. She keeps going on about this spaceship, says it's going to bring her to a better place. But the only way she can get there is by dying and coming back to life.
He rubbed his face, which seemed to have aged by 10 years.
Sometimes I get so tired, you know? I think my family would be better off without me. I don't know the girls anymore, not really. They don't know what to say to me. We're like strangers.
They're teenagers, Ruby said. Comes with the territory from what I've heard. She paused, her internal alarm bells still ringing from his earlier comments. When you said they're better off without you, you're not thinking of doing anything stupid, are you? Ash threw on his well-worn smile, waving away her concerns as he rose.
Ah, don't mind me. I'm just maudlin. You're right. Things will be a lot better when Abigail gets the help she needs.
His eyes rose to the clock on the wall.
We'd better get moving before Warrow sends out a search party.
Hitching up his trousers, He tucked in the shirt that was straining over his expansive belly. Eating junk food at random times had gained him enough weight to make him unrecognizable from his joining photo, taken almost 30 years before. Gathering up her paperwork, Ruby stifled a yawn, making a mental note to keep a close eye on Ash. It was a long day ahead, and she would have to draw upon her reserves of strength if she wanted to get through what lay ahead.
"Sergeant Preston, nice of you to join us," DCI Worrow said, casting a cold eye over her shoulder as Ash Baker skulked behind her, squeezing in between Luddy and Eve. She stood at the head of the table, her black bob skimming her jawline. Her face was pinched and tight, making it clear that their tardiness was an unacceptable interruption. Ruby narrowed her eyes. If her DCI wanted to show her up, she could not have picked a worse time. But her superior seemed to sense Ruby's annoyance and drew her gaze back to the team. The room was full with as many officers connected to the case as they could squeeze in. "As I was saying," Worrow said, spreading the newspapers out on the table, "our capital city is no stranger to murders, but this recent one appears to have caught the attention of the media. It features in all of these papers, albeit in a small section. It's up to us to ensure this progresses no further, particularly now a member of the Crosby family is suspected of being involved." Ruby pursed her lips, as if trying to contain her words. Yes, a splash in the newspapers could provoke an adverse reaction, setting the police in a bad light. But it wasn't the end of the world. Despite her and DCI Worrow having a mutual interest, they saw things in a completely different way. Worrow worried about headlines and its reflection on her as the DCI. Ruby thought only of Lisa and Ellie lying frozen in a mortuary drawer. Such young lives to be snuffed out so suddenly. The fact they were so publicly displayed hinted at arrogance, a willingness to want to play. It was her priority to ensure the bastard that so brutally killed them was swept off the streets, her streets, before he struck again. She folded her arms, feeling crestfallen as her superior planned Nathan's arrest with the team.
Chapter 18. The doctor shuffled on the rotting mattress, shifting his bones to get comfortable. Underneath the material of his long military coat, small warm bodies stirred. A set of whiskers brushed against his own, a long black tail slithering across his neck as the rodents sharing his space settled down. The storm had brought them inside, seeking warmth and shelter. He had not turned them away. Their bellies full from the food that he had brought them, they had kept him company as he plotted his next move. Surrounded by newspapers, he had scanned each word under torchlight, absorbing the titles that referred to his victim as a young prostitute who had been transformed before her death. It had filled him with warm glee to see his art spoken of in the Nationals. Not that they saw it as art, not yet, but they would. He would make sure of that. He must have fallen asleep around 3 when his flashlight dimmed and his eyelids turned leaden. Waking up with his faithful creatures wrapped around him, he no longer felt alone. It was not as if he didn't have a home to go to. However, his flat in Shoreditch no longer felt safe. The people who disfigured him had left him with nightmares, and it had taken some time to feel back in control. His art was a testament to his recovery, and his victims gave him strength. Not that he saw them as victims. Empathy was not an emotion he was familiar with. Even throughout his childhood, he had known he was different to the others. As his friends buried their pets in makeshift graveyards, he threw his bug-eyed goldfish down the toilet. He remembered wondering, as he urinated on him, how long it would be before he could persuade his mother to buy him another one. Pets, like people, were disposable objects. There were too many of them in the world, and the loss of a few would make it a better place. Just because he didn't care about his fellow human beings did not mean they were not a subject of great fascination. And in what other occupation would he be able to place his hands on real-life subjects? He smiled at the thought. People were so trusting back then. Over the years, things had changed. The respect faded, and he was forced to move his profession into the shadows of the darkness. Illegal abortions were highly paid, and it was something he developed a great fascination for. Word got around that he could be trusted. Soon he was employed by darker characters to treat gunshot wounds and life-threatening injuries. He had even dabbled in facial reconstruction. He had treated them all and been well paid for it. Now he was an outcast. Money was no longer a necessity, and he was at least free to treat his betrayers with the contempt he felt. He had already lined up his next work of art, and he could not wait to get his hands on her. He stroked the fur of the rat nestling underneath his coat. Like humans, they could turn on him without a moment's notice. That was what he liked about the creatures that visited him in the night. They never pretended to be any more than they were, and he trusted them more than they deserved. Like the rats, he had learned to walk in the shadows and immerse himself in a community that rejected him long ago. With his long grey hair and oversized coat, he prowled the night with his head low, his offensive features hidden away from view. He had known April for some time now. Granted, she recoiled beneath his touch, but he worked hard to demonstrate a gentle and grateful side to his nature, much unlike the brutish behavior of some of her younger clients. And when that failed, the promise of more money always won them over in the end. He slid himself upwards, freeing the rats as they squeaked and swooped for cover. Shaking his leg as he stood, he loosened one from within the thin material of his trouser leg. Its long yellow teeth embedded in the stitching as it attempted to nip him on the way down. Like a footballer, the doctor kicked out, releasing it across the room. Skittering on its back, it hit the skirting board with a thud. Shaking the stiffness from his limbs, the doctor walked across the room and ran his hand over the rusted surgeon's chair. It was time to prepare. Today was the day, and he had something very special lined up for April. His eyes crept over to his scalpel, which glinted in the dim light. It was good to be reacquainted with his old friend. Killing the girl in the park had been unplanned, but he had enjoyed submerging himself in violence again. It had given him the confidence to move on to greater things. He had something even greater in store for his next masterpiece. His thin lips stretched into a smile. It would be the talk of the East End, and there wouldn't be a newspaper in the land that would not want to cover it. Chapter 19. April. April popped a chewing gum bubble as she checked the website for bookings. Her inbox was empty, apart from the usual lurid crap she had come to expect. Big Penis 52. I want to do you up the arse. You will beg for more. Unlikely. She rolled her eyes as she pressed delete and moved on to the next one. Roger, you senseless. You so fine, babes. Message me so you can suck my cock. I don't think so, April said, pressing delete. She clicked on the third, a small groan escaping her lips. Servant of God 69. You have sinned, but I can help you see the light. Let me save your soul. Really? She said, binning the email until there was nothing left. 3 lousy emails, 2 from people who were illiterate, and 1 from a self-proclaimed servant of God who used a sexually suggestive username. She rested her chin on her hand, still chewing mechanically, as she clicked through her website pictures. That photo of her sitting naked in the bucket chair was as hot as hell, so why had all her bookings dropped off? It would have been nice to raise some extra cash, given it was her last day, but it was slim pickings as the market was flooded with women offering themselves up for little or nothing. At least her profile pictures were real, unlike the fresh-faced nymphs on her competitors' sites. It was a far cry from the emaciated, grey-skinned reality. Back in the day, when she aspired to better things, hers were taken by a proper modelling agency in London. There used to be a time when she could command £300 a client, but now she couldn't even keep a roof over her head. Sex trafficking was big business in the city, and the women brought in to service the punters were in no position to complain. April shut down the laptop, vowing to count her blessings. At least she was free. Tomorrow she would start her new life. But she could not help but feel sad for what could have been. At just 17, she had travelled from Essex to London with a head full of dreams. Too short for modelling, she was told that being a high-class escort was the next best thing. She had a nice body, and certainly wasn't shy when it came to showing it off. Sex was something she enjoyed, and she never had to get up for work in the morning and squeeze herself into the tube for a daily commute. Working for the Crosbys had been the perfect arrangement. She had met Lenny at a party in London, and he offered her a job, after requesting a test drive that night. She had heard all about the Crosby family, and Lenny's lavish lifestyle was something she wanted for herself one day. Crosby girls had the opportunity of meeting footballers and politicians, he told her, and bagging herself a sugar daddy was something she had always dreamed of. He wooed her with the promise of upmarket clients and offered some much-needed protection. And now, less than 2 years later, he refused to answer her calls. Losing her job was the beginning of her downfall. She had become too accustomed to the champagne lifestyle. When the bubbles flowed freely, so did the coke. And who could blame a girl if she wanted a little pre-sex booster? If the clients took it, it seemed only natural that she would too. She still missed it, still got the itch for the euphoria only a cocaine high could bring. She had tried his number only this morning because she was too upset to face the facts. It was time to leave London, give up her dreams, and go home. Besides, there was more than just her to take into consideration. When her friend, Lorna, called and offered a lifeline, it seemed like it was meant to be. The hotel her friend was working in was taking on staff. She had a spare room, and April could begin paying rent as soon as she was earning. So she had said yes. Today was her last day in the big city. The train tickets were booked, and tomorrow she would begin her new life in Essex, near home. It went somewhere towards building back up a relationship with social services, who had placed her little girl in foster care. Not that she could blame them. She had committed a cardinal sin by choosing to party over her child. They knew what she did, and said it was too dangerous for a small baby to be embroiled in such a hedonistic lifestyle. It wasn't as if she hadn't tried, but it had been so hard. The incessant crying had drilled into her brain, along with the torturous lack of sleep. It's why she wheeled little Charlie into the same hospital where she was born, and just left her there. It hadn't taken them long to catch up with her and get the social involved. April shook away the thoughts. It was all in the past now. She was going to be a good mum. She would learn how. She clutched a packet of cigarettes as she left her flat. God, it was pissing down outside. That was all she needed. She certainly wasn't going to miss this. Another pang of regret. Gone were the cocktail dresses and yacht parties. Her standards had hit rock bottom in the last 6 months. She sighed as she pulled up the hood of her jacket, wishing she hadn't lost her umbrella. It had been a nice one, too. Burberry. Flecks of rain spiked her face, and she swore as she walked the rain-splashed path. Just one more job, she told herself. The doctor had surprised her this morning by requesting her company. She had hoped for something better, so she could cancel their appointment. He wasn't the most pleasant of clients, but a good earner nonetheless. A man of little words, he requested just minutes of her time, promising to pay her double the hourly rate. She was about to say no, when she thought of the money, and it would be okay, over in a flash. She had to work hard to suppress the feeling of her flesh crawling when she was with such an unattractive client. She would keep her eyes tightly shut and imagine she was screwing one of those Hollywood stars instead. It had taken a good stretch of the imagination in Dr. Tanner's case. It was more than his disfigurement that made her shudder. He smelt as if he had crawled from the belly of the sewers. A dab of Vicks under her nose helped block out the pong. That was a trick taught to her by a copper when he told her stories of jobs he had been to and things he had done. A regular client. He was a good man. A little bit sad, in need of female company. She crossed the road, her fingers gripping the hood of her jacket. Rain slashed against her bare legs, and she felt her internal alarm flash a warning. "What are you doing? There's a murderer on the loose." She paused, biting her lip as she tried to recall the directions, trying to ignore the slice of cold fear. Should she go there on her own? People had asked her to do it in the strangest of places, but in a derelict building. Was it safe? She had known Ellie Mason, and now she was dead. Poor cow. Unable to get off the gear, her life had spiraled since she stopped working for the Crosbys. It was reading about Ellie's death that had helped convince April to throw in the towel. The police had advised all working girls to keep themselves safe, yet she was going to a derelict building without telling anyone that she was there. She pushed away the warnings. She was being paranoid. Dr. Tanner was a regular. All the girls knew him, and if she didn't hurry up, she'd be late. Besides, he must have been a respectable man once. She had seen the certificates on the wall of his flat. Get a grip, she told herself. 10 or 15 minutes, max, and you'll have enough money to keep yourself going for a week. Her teeth chattered as the cold air brushed against her legs. Marching on, she lowered her head against the rain. Chapter 20. "Ruby, come in," Frances Crosby said, giving her arm a squeeze. "Isn't this a dreadful business? Still, I'm sure it's only a matter of time until you can sort it out." Ruby nodded, unwilling to commit to an answer. "How's Kathy?" she asked, glancing up the stairs. "Out with her friends. I don't expect her back until late. It's been good for her, having some stability in her life. Someone who can give her what she needs." Ruby knew the barbed comment was aimed at her. Frances would never forgive her for giving Kathy up for adoption, but she was in no position to offer her a stable home. "Oh, it's just that I was hoping to see her," Ruby said, unable to let the subject go. "Well, then you need to be patient, my dear. She's a Crosby through and through, and Crosbys find it hard to forgive." Ruby set her jaw. She and Nathan had been loved-up teenagers, living rough on the streets. Life had been different then, and they had given Kathy up because they had no choice. Now she had returned, Frances would waste no time in pouring poison in her granddaughter's ear. "I've just got to make a phone call." Frances imparted another sharp smile. "You head into the drawing room, and I'll be with you in a minute." To an outsider looking in, it would appear that the diminutive woman had offered Ruby the warmest of welcomes. She looked almost cute, with her blonde bobbed hair and pink designer trouser suit. But beneath the smile, Ruby envisioned the sharpest of teeth, capable of ripping a person in two. The nicer Francis appeared, the more guarded Ruby became. Her footsteps echoed down the vast corridor, the hairs on the back of Ruby's neck prickling as she walked. Fresh from briefing, she had journeyed to the luxurious Crosby residence in Chigwell, in the guise of making some urgent inquiries. Not that she had to hide now that Downs had given her free rein. It felt strange for her visit to the family of gangsters to be above board for once. She should have come double-crewed, but there were a few reasons why she had chosen to attend alone. For one thing, she did not want anyone else knowing about her relationship with Nathan Crosby. For another, Francis would not speak quite so candidly with another officer in the room, and it could compromise her position as sergeant when their close acquaintance became apparent. How she had managed to keep it under her hat this long, she did not know, but there was no way she was going to jeopardize her job now. As always, when she thought of how much she valued her role, her emotions were a continuous seesaw. Since joining the police, she had never known it any other way. She'd think about her job, the driving force in her life. Then she'd imagine Nathan, the type of man she would usually put behind bars. Growing up next to the Crosbys had given her an insight not afforded to many, and brought with it added complications when it came to her job. She wondered what he was doing, and if he was okay. Unlike his brother, Nathan had done well to avoid prison all these years. The only time he came close to being discovered by the police was when his movements were orchestrated by his brother, Lenny. The brothers had both grown up the same way, both victims of their father's heavy hand, yet they couldn't be more unalike. The only thing that kept them together was the sense of family loyalty their mother had embedded since an early age. Ruby slowly opened the heavy drawing-room door. It was just as she thought. Lenny was waiting for her, and Francis's phone call had been a ploy to give the two of them some time alone. Her stomach tightened at the sight of him. She gathered up her reserves of strength as she confidently pushed her way through. Lenny would be keen to impose some of his more persuasive tactics to get what he wanted, and Francis had no problem in turning a blind eye. Dressed smartly in trousers and shirt, he sat next to the blazing open fire, his crossed leg bobbing as nervous energy overrode his senses. Lenny was jittery, Ruby thought, probably on a come-down from the last lot of coke he had shoved up his nose. He stood as she entered, his hands shoved deep into his trouser pockets. His hair slicked back, he wore a tight expression, offering Ruby a glare which suggested she had been the bane of his life. That was the trouble with Lenny. He could never take responsibility for his actions. "Well, have you sorted it out yet?" he asked, wrinkling his nose at Ruby's presence, as if she had just walked in dogshit and come swanning in. Ruby held back from rolling her eyes as she walked towards him. Her childish reaction came from a lifetime of deflecting his annoying traits. It may have worked when she was 8, but they were adults now. Lenny was unpredictable, and the fact he both fancied and disliked her in equal measures left her uneasy. "That's what I'm here for," she said, "in an official capacity. I don't think Nathan is responsible for this any more than you do, but we need to work together. Someone has had access to his home. I'll need a list of suspects, people you've angered over the years. Then I'll need—" No, that's not how this works," Lenny said, his finger moving from left to right in a tick-tock fashion. "I tell you what to do." Seizing her by the shoulder, his fingers bit into her flesh. "Get the fuck off me," Ruby said, shrugging her shoulder free. He licked his lips, his hand falling to her forearm. Smiling, he tilted his head to one side and stared deep into her eyes. She could smell the stale tobacco lingering on his breath, hear the click in his throat as he swallowed, but his eyes were icy cold. She fought the urge to turn on her heel and leave. She hated being in such close proximity to Lenny. Every time they were together, he had to lay hands on her, making no secret of the fact that he wanted to get her into bed. Had it not been for Nathan, he could have forced the issue, and Ruby could tell that there were plenty of times when he had been tempted. The sexual undercurrent was entirely one-sided, and Ruby despised him more now than ever. She broke his grip, taking a step back. "Touch me again, and I'm out of here. Then you can explain to your mum why I'm not investigating the case." She placed her hands on her hips, the heat of her anger growing. She was a detective sergeant, and this visit was on job time. "I'm the best person to clear Nathan's name, because nobody else will be interested in his innocence. If you don't start treating me with a bit of respect, I'm off." "And you better listen to me," Lenny said, jabbing his finger in Ruby's chest. "Because if you don't get Nathan off, I'm gonna slit that pearly white throat of yours, and your daughter will be left without a mother for the second time. Do I make myself clear?" His voice was like grease on her skin. Ruby found her temper rising. She glowered. "You know what? I don't need this. I came here to help, and all you can do is threaten me. I'll take my investigation back to the station." She wanted to tell him to go fuck himself, but she knew where to draw the line. She strode towards the double doors, pushing them open. Just as she guessed, Francis had been waiting outside all along. But while Lenny had been upfront about his feelings for Ruby, Francis worked with a smile. It was almost like good cop, bad cop, except they were both on the wrong side of the law. They were working a routine on her. Ruby had done it herself enough times to know when she was being played. "Sweetheart, where are you going? I've just sent down to the kitchen for tea." Taking her gently by the forearm, Francis ushered Ruby back inside. It was as if she held power over her. As much as she mistrusted Francis, Ruby respected her as a mother figure in her life. Francis and her mother, Joy, had been best friends since their teens, and she had grown up to the background of their kitchen table conversations. Both women's lives had changed beyond recognition, but, in Ruby's mind, a part of them was still there, gossiping over a strong cup of tea about next door, and blowing smoke rings at the kitchen table. It was the changing of the guards. As Francis entered the room, Lenny left. Taking a seat, Ruby reminded herself that she was the one holding all the power. Francis may have had servants to make her tea, but what she wanted more than anything was the safe return of her son. Checking her watch, Ruby reminded Francis that her time was limited. As the two women worked on a list of suspects, the tension began to drain away. Lenny had been there to issue a warning, and Francis could work now the game rules had been made clear. But threatening to leave Kathy motherless, was that really part of the plan? Surely Francis would not allow such a thing to happen. But Francis had taken over as a mother figure to Kathy, determined to take Ruby's place. Was she setting up Lenny to finish her off, so she could bring up Kathy her way? With Nathan in prison, she would be free to do what she wanted. Ruby dismissed the thought. Francis would never want Nathan imprisoned, and Lenny would be too much of a loose cannon without him. Still, her unease rose, and as she drove back to the station, she prayed for a quick resolution. Chapter 21. "Welcome to hell," D.I. Downs muttered, as Ruby took a seat yet again around the expansive conference table. Despite the fractious weather outside, Humidity levels were high in the briefing room. The heating was controlled from HQ, and this week it seemed they were in all-or-nothing mode. Ruby took a sip of bottled water, swishing it in her mouth to rid herself of the taste of her last cigarette. She usually counted the minutes until she could leave, but not today. Today they had plenty to talk about, and her mind was firmly on the case. Mugs of tea and coffee were gratefully accepted as DC Owen Ludgrove offered up the contents of his tray. The next hour revolved around bringing the investigation up to speed. Due to the pathologist's report and a reliable alibi, Danny Smedley had been completely discounted as a suspect for Ellie Mason's murder. A shadow of doubt lingered in Ruby's mind as to his guilt with regards to the murder of Lisa Caldwell, but her concerns had fallen on deaf ears when she brought it up with her superiors. According to DCI Warrow, their sights were firmly set on Nathan Crosby for Ellie's murder. With the CPS being so quick to charge Danny Smedley, there was no way Ruby was rushing into arresting Nathan now. Her immediate condemnation of Smedley had given her plenty to think about. She had warned probationers against blinkered vision many times during her career, but it seemed even she was not infallible. She knew she would have to work hard to persuade her colleagues that Nathan was being set up. She could not afford to draw attention to their relationship in any way, and found herself treading very lightly when discussing her meeting that morning. Witness statements had been obtained from members of the Crosby family, as well as staff who were working in his home prior to when the evidence was found. Mrs. Crosby is of the opinion that the organs were planted at her son's address. DC Ashbaker groaned. And Nathan Crosby's as pure as an angel's fart. Pull the other one. A rumble of laughter spread through the room, and Ruby forced a smile as she waited for it to die down. Mrs. Crosby has provided a list of 10 names, people who may hold grudges against her family. She looked around the room. It provides useful intel, if nothing else. 10? I would have thought the list would be a lot longer than that, D.I. Downs muttered. Yeah, Ash jibed. There are 10 people in this room alone that'd like to see him put away. Settle down, DCI Warrow said, as the officers began to discuss it amongst themselves. I'm sure we'd all like to collar a Crosby, but Sergeant Preston is right. We can't afford to get blinkered. What about CCTV? I thought his home was pretty well covered. Ruby felt a flush of heat rise to her face. It is, Mum. Unfortunately, the systems were being upgraded that day. She's given me an invoice to evidence that the installment was booked weeks ago. But even with proof of the upgrade, Ruby knew how weak the excuse sounded. Ash coughed in the background, masking the word tossers beneath his breath. Another burst of laughter ensued, hastily silenced by DCI Warrow's glare. She turned her attention back to Ruby. I'm happy to leave those inquiries in your hands. You appear to have built up a rapport with the family. Let's make good use of it and gather as much intel as you can. DCI Warrow was one of the few people who used her official title. She and DC Luddy Ludgrove, although she was training him to call her by her first name. Another flare of heat bloomed in Ruby's cheeks as all eyes turned on her. Built up a rapport, if only Warrow knew. Thank you, Mum, she said, while taking a seat, giving another member of the team an opportunity to speak. The intensity of D.I. Downs's stare prickled her senses, and her eyes fell on her notes, unable to return his gaze. Later that day, as she analysed the intelligence system, she was shocked to see just how many incidents Lenny Crosby had been caught up in since his prison release. It seemed that he had been on the offensive, rubbing a lot of people up the wrong way, while his brother Nathan worked hard to distance himself from the shady side of the family dealings. The list of 10 people came with a short explanation as to why each of them would be most likely to deal such a vicious revenge. Jim Lennon. His nightclub was burnt down after he refused to sell it to Lenny and Nathan Crosby. Vincent Malone. Badly beaten and hospitalized after he declined to serve Lenny Crosby after legal drinking hours. Threatened to inflict revenge on both brothers as they were together that night. Mike Green. Threatened revenge on the Crosby family after his son was kneecapped for reasons undisclosed. Stephen Green. Death threats against Nathan Crosby for reasons undisclosed. The list went on. Ruby tutted as she reread it, finding matching intelligence on more than half the names disclosed. The most frustrating thing was that the Crosby family business, the legitimate London estate agents, was doing so well that they no longer needed to be involved in drug supply. Drawn in by the power and respect, neither Lenny nor Nathan appeared able to let it go. For high-class customers, they offered a pure product for an upmarket price. But the clientele of A-listers was not the type to murder a young woman and hack out her lungs. Out of the list of 10 people Francis had provided, none had entered Nathan's house. Yes, he had visitors and conducted some business at home, but it would have been noticed had they carried in a gift box with a set of internal organs within. And what about Lenny or Francis? Ruby chewed the end of her pen. They were in Chigwell that night, an account backed up by Kathy, who had been staying over too. Staff had alerted her as soon as the police turned up, information that was quickly passed on to Nathan to keep him at bay. Ruby had also asked about Leona, Nathan's ex-girlfriend, the daughter of a man that nobody dared cross. Francis had taken great pleasure in telling her that Leona was with Nathan on the night the organs were planted under his bed. But Ruby was quick to respond that she was already aware of this. Nathan's weekly visits to Leona's family home were a long tradition, playing poker with her father and his cronies to keep business flowing and relations on an even keel. So where did that leave the investigation now? She scribbled down some notes in the pad on her desk. The only people who had keys to the property were Nathan and his staff. His family came and went freely, and certain areas inside the home were covered by CCTV, but not the bedrooms, for reasons of privacy. Windows were kept firmly closed, and the house was air-conditioned throughout. As she looked back on the notes she had made, she knew things did not look good. Ash was right. The timing seemed more than a coincidence. Was the plant organised to occur the same time the CCTV went down? But why on earth would Nathan's staff implicate themselves in such a crime? Tweedy Steve and the rest of the staff were well looked after. They had no problems with money or credit issues, although Ruby would be checking, just in case. She tapped the pen against her bottom lip. It didn't make sense. Police would argue that the CCTV had been turned off by Nathan as he brought the box of horrors inside, a trophy piece from his kill. That seemed the most likely explanation of all, except Ruby didn't believe it. The only small blessing was that he was in his club the night Lisa Caldwell was killed. If Ruby could connect the murders, she could prove Nathan had no part to play. She desperately wanted to speak to him, but what if Downs had put someone on her tail? Sod it, she thought, throwing her pen onto the desk. As soon as she got home, she would contact Nathan and arrange to meet, regardless of the risk. Chapter 22. April. April stirred under the thin layer of blanket as the pinprick of light in her field of vision grew. She was slowly surfacing into consciousness, but the horrors of her situation had yet to sink in. For now, she was in a dream-like state, slowly taking in her surroundings without the cumbersome emotions of panic and fear. She had felt it before as a bad trip and presumed such was the case again. Her memory of events was foggy, intermingling with a physical coldness touching her bare skin. She had heard about things happening to working girls, bad things, but never once did she consider that this was to become her fate. So why couldn't she move her hands? Her eyes were slow to open, still under the influence of the drugs she had taken the night before. Soon she would wake in a hotel bed, get dressed, and carry on with her day. She wriggled her wrists, but something was keeping them pinned down. Her heart skipped a beat as her senses cleared. A shuffling noise rose from the corner, forcing her eyelids open. This was no hotel room. A chill swept across her body, along with a cold realization. This was real. She drew in a sharp breath, craning her neck from the padded chair. Her chest tightened as the smell of crumbling brick dust filled her nostrils. Slowly, the memory of her last actions returned. She had squeezed through a gap in the fencing to reach the derelict hospital, and had come here on a job. But who? A vision of a man in a mask rose in her mind. Worn like a balaclava, it was the colour of thick bandages. The doctor. She remembered the tufts of wispy grey hair poking from the top as he turned to sedate her. April felt a small pang of relief. She had agreed to this. In a few minutes, he would walk in and let her go. He had asked her to do something special, offering her a wad of notes for her cooperation. April had heard of things like these and knew girls who had taken part. "It's easy money," they had told her, "making dosh while you sleep." But April had seen their bruises and decided that was not the case. Snuff movies were enjoyed by a particular type of client that paid well over the odds. Rape, torture, even murder were portrayed in the homemade pornos. Off-screen, the girls were sedated before the cameras began rolling. As they slipped into unconsciousness, the men had their way. April had been offered big money to play such roles, and turned them all down. They liked her because she looked innocent, like the girl next door. The very thought of leaving herself so vulnerable and exposed made her flesh creep. So, when the doctor suggested he sedate her before sex, she presumed such was his wish. He'd appeared horrified, assuring her this was not the case. He was ugly, he said, and he could not perform knowing how she would feel about having sex with such an abomination. Despite her assurances, he gained her sympathy by squeezing out a couple of tears. It would be just minutes, he promised, long enough for him to remove his mask and satisfy his needs. He was a professional. He knew how to control the dose. She would be out for just minutes of her time. As he pressed £200 into her hand, she found herself agreeing to his request. Soon she would wake up £200 better off, and no memory of what had taken place. It wasn't as if she didn't know him. She found herself feeling sorry for the strange old man, so she agreed, and now she had come around, she wondered where he had gone. He had said nothing of removing her clothes or restraining her limbs. As she looked around the room, fresh fear found a hold in her insides and squeezed. She had been there for a lot longer than just minutes. The splinters of daylight that had been flooding through the boarded windows had disappeared. Above her, a rusted surgical lamp beamed down. The gentle hum of a generator purred in the background. And the smell, potent and sour. She had to get away. "Hello?" she breathed, her words echoing around the desolate room. Craning her neck, she awaited a response. A shuffling movement rustled a pile of newspapers in the corner. From the confines of her chair, April could still see the headlines of Ellie's death. The snow-white murder was emblazoned in black and white. Ellie Mason. Wasn't she one of the doctor's clients too? April swallowed, her throat dry. Her heart was pounding harder now, so hard she could hear the swish, swish of the blood reverberating in her ears. She pulled on the thick leather bindings holding her wrists in place. "Hey! Is anyone here? Can you hear me?" Her words were sharper this time, laced with a panic that was rising in her throat. All that was returned was the rattling of the wind through the battered panes, and the distant rumble of traffic that never went away. Yet she felt the chill of his presence nearby, and, as she was caught in the grip of fear, she knew she had made a very big mistake. Chapter 23. Often, in the darkest of times, officers pulled together to help each other through. One such example was known as the Wall of Shame. To the right of the office, sellotaped to the magnolia wall, were the latest campaign posters created by HQ and rotated on a monthly basis. This month, it was a campaign against domestic violence. The month before, it was burglary and robbery awareness. They were preaching to the converted as far as Ruby was concerned. The posters were targeted towards members of the public, and it made little sense to have them on the wall of their office. But every month, DCI Warrow would check they were on display. Officers were far more interested in the pictures on the wall across the way, which was positioned behind DC Ashbaker's desk. Ash was a dab hand with editing software, and his comic tributes raised more than a smile or two. D.I. Downs was portrayed as Liam Neeson, his face superimposed on the famous scene from the movie Taken. However, in Ash's version, Downs was on the phone ordering takeaway food. Luddy was James Bond, complete with gun, suit, and a license to make tea. As for Ruby, often there were times she was afraid to look. The last poster displayed her as the famous Shoreditch flasher after she failed to notice the button on her shirt was undone during a drunken night out. But today there were no faces on display, merely landscapes, sunsets, and dolphins diving into the sea. They were the backdrop to motivational words printed in white on top. At least, that's what Ruby thought. "Are you trying to get promoted, mate?" she said, peering across Ash's desk at the posters on the wall. "Ah, do you like 'em? Yeah, I know how much Ma'am Warrow likes that kind of stuff, so I thought I'd get with the programme." Ruby frowned, taking a closer look. Silently her lips moved as she read each of the words in turn, each one widening her smile. "Except, these don't contain motivational messages, do they?" Her colleagues' laughter softened the air as heads turned to watch Ash explain. "I thought I'd killed 2 birds with the one stone, and cut down on swearing in the office too." Ruby arched an eyebrow. "I hate to break it to you, but the words cockwomble, bore bag, and shit pouch look pretty sweary to me." Ash reached for an empty coffee jar, which had a slit cut in the lid. "That's the beauty of it. We're allowed 1 swear word a day. Anyone that goes beyond that has to stick a quid in the jar. The money goes towards the tea club, so it's for a good cause." "Genius," Ruby drawled. "So what's the swear word for today?" "Wazzock," Ash said proudly. "It's northern slang for idiot. Tomorrow we elevate to fuckwit, which means colossal idiot." "Uh-huh," Ruby nodded, her gaze falling on the end poster. "I'm not sure our DCI will appreciate Friday. She's not so keen on the C word." "You could have a point," Ash said, the grin sliding off his face as he caught sight of her in the doorway. Turning back to his computer, he began clacking furiously on his keyboard. Deep in conversation, DCI Warrow stood with D.I. Downs at the open door, barely giving them a glance before retreating to the safety of her office upstairs. As Downes entered the room, he beckoned to Ruby to follow him into his office. Not a good sign, judging by his company seconds before. Ruby took the spare swivel chair, feeling like a naughty schoolgirl about to be told off. Downes removed his suit jacket and rested it on the back of the chair. Taking a seat across from her, he tugged on his tie. It was flecked grey, the same colour as his eyes. Ruby wondered if someone was doing his laundry, as these days his shirts appeared freshly pressed. It was a vast improvement on the crumpled garments he had been wearing for the last few months. These days, his clothes smelt of fabric conditioner rather than whiskey, although it had been a while since Ruby was close enough to check. "I've just been discussing that intelligence you submitted with Worrell," Downes said, crossing his long legs as he sat back in his chair. "She's very interested in your source." Ruby knew it was only a matter of time before he got on to her about it. Her superiors may accept her story of an anonymous tip-off, but there was no pulling the wool over Jack Downes's eyes. "Yeah," Ruby sighed, swinging the chair with the tips of her red high heels. Today she was coordinated, with red lips and nails to match. "I've got some great contacts." The seat was set far too high, but the lever had broken, making her feel more schoolgirlish than ever as she swung left to right. And God knows she never behaved herself at school. Downes folded his arms, speaking in a tone which relayed he was unimpressed. "Yeah, contacts. More like you've been hooking up with your old partner in crime." "Partner in crime? Who would that be?" she said, trying her best to look puzzled. "Sure you know very well. You've been meeting Nathan Crosby, haven't you?" He shook his head. "Don't you think your loyalty would be better served to your job?" "We talk to lots of criminals in the police," Ruby said dryly. "I'm only doing what you asked me." "Don't be cheeky," Downes said. "It doesn't suit you." Ruby grinned. "Oh, I rather think it does." "Look, I know I asked you to do some digging on the family, but there's a warrant out for Crosby's arrest. Orders from on high. You need to be bringing him in." "And I will, when the time is right," Ruby muttered, wishing he wouldn't blow so hot and cold. "Remember who pays your wages. Without the police you wouldn't have a roof over your head." As he ran his fingers through his hair, Ruby could tell he had taken some heat from DCI Worrell. It must have annoyed him, being told off by a woman half his age and with a tenth of his experience. But it was not her fault Worrell was keeping close tabs on him, and Ruby would not back down now. She thought of the scruffy flat that she could barely afford on her police wage, and the luxury accommodation that Nathan had gifted her months before. It elicited another smile, much to Downes's annoyance. It always wound him up that she had another side to her that he could not access, and she had no intention of making him any the wiser. "You gave me the all-clear to do some digging, and I've risked my neck getting my hands on that intel report. I've sacrificed everything to get where I am, but you still question my loyalty." "Look, I don't doubt you mean well. I'm just saying you make me nervous. We got a good team out there. I don't want your shady dealings dragging us down. If you know where Crosby is, you'd better call it in. Headquarters want a result, and they want it yesterday." So that was what this was all about, a knee-jerk reaction to publicity surrounding the murder. "The last time I checked, it was innocent until proven guilty. You're having a go at me for defending everything that this job is about. I'm trying to catch the killer, the real one, so I won't be making any hasty arrests to suit the powers that be." Downes frowned, his lips pursed tightly together. "The order's been given. You're to arrest Crosby as a matter of urgency." Ruby rose. Her superiors could give all the orders they wanted. As a British police constable, The decision to arrest lay squarely on her shoulders. She was well within her rights to turn them down. They could always instruct another officer, who would happily comply, but Ruby was the only one likely to come close enough to do it. "I'll make us a brew," she said, taking his empty cup from his desk. She was parched. Despite their differences, she would harbour no ill feelings. He was just looking out for her in his own infuriating way. "Fine," he said as she opened the door to leave. "Have it your way. But don't say I didn't warn you." "Understood, boss. I consider myself warned." Nudging open the door, she left his office to join her team. Chapter 24. Ruby and Nathan had many special places dotted around East London, and the Range was one of them. A far cry from what was offered to firearms officers in the Met, their meeting place was nothing more than a derelict building, with thick concrete walls and smashed windows. Soon the machinery would move in for its demolition, and Ruby found it sad that many of their old hangouts had since been rebuilt to make way for redevelopment. Still, they could not take her memories. She could feel the heat of Nathan's glare. His individual attention was afforded to the few people he trusted to meet alone. His ability to enter a room without making a sound used to drive her mad when they were together. It was a long-practiced trait, expertly crafted over the years. Thunderclouds rolled outside, casting a grey hue on the concrete walls as the last rays of the sun were absorbed. "Nathan," she whispered, carefully sidestepping the dirt and shingle underfoot. She cast a glance to the left, making out a bullet hole in the graffiti-daubed wall, and smiled as she remembered putting it there. With a row of tin cans set up in front of them, Nathan was showing her how to shoot for the first time. Giddy with excitement, she giggled while he wrapped his arms around her from behind. He whispered in her ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine as he told her off for not concentrating on the gun. "This is a deadly weapon," he said. "It's no laughing matter." She cleared her throat, aiming the revolver at the tin can ahead. "Don't hold it like a cup and saucer," he said, adjusting her grip. "Put your support hand to good use. Keep your thumbs together. Now, wrap it around here, like this. It'll help with the kickback." Ruby shifted her hands into position. "Now, aim and shoot," Nathan instructed. Taking a deep breath, Ruby squeezed the trigger, jerking as the weapon recoiled. A wisp of smoke rose from the barrel of the gun. It had felt heavy and clunky in her hand, and she wanted to throw it to the ground. Nathan made it look so easy. It was louder than she expected, and the power of the weapon had jerked her hand, hurting her wrist and making her gasp. Nathan gently released the gun from her grasp, clicking on the safety latch. Soft laughter escaped his lips as he stared at the bullet hole in the wall. "Jesus, Ruby, did you have your eyes closed or something?" "I might have," Ruby said, flushed with embarrassment. "I'm rubbish at this, aren't I?" Nathan smiled. "You'll get better." And she did. After 6 weeks, she was confidently handling the firearm. It was a comfort to know it was something she could fall back on. Being caught with a gun could put her in prison, but Ruby justified it in her mind. Her job was becoming increasingly dangerous, and, if officers in the US were allowed personal protection, then why wasn't she? She had always felt ill-equipped for her role, but knowing she had a gun close at hand helped her sleep at night. It was her personal protection, and, if it came down to it, she would make good use of it. Glass cracked underfoot, a product of the smashed windows. Stepping out from the shadows, Nathan stood before her. "All right," he said. Like her, he seemed glad to see a friendly face. Dressed in his black jacket, combats, and Dr. Martens boots, he looked more like a member of the SAS than a criminal on the run. "How are you?" she said, taking a step towards him.
"Be a lot better when you find out who's responsible for these murders."
Ruby wished she had some good news to impart. Persuading her colleagues to widen their search for a suspect had been like wading through treacle, and it pained her to laugh at their jokes about who would get to bang him to rights first. She crept through the empty building, Downes's words echoing in her memory as he commanded her to bring Nathan in. Their belief in Nathan's guilt always came back to the same thing. If he were innocent, he would not have run away. The fact there had been a scalpel involved made them all the more assured in their decision. Nathan's dad, Jimmy Crosby, was no stranger to the knife back in his day. They didn't nickname him the Butcher for nothing. Ruby had wanted to say that Jimmy was dead and gone, but she kept such information to herself, loath to raise suspicion. Nathan tensed as a police siren speared the silence. "It's okay," she said. "I wasn't followed."
"You sure about that?"
Nathan said, his hand hovering on the pocket of his combats. Ruby nodded, her heart skipping a beat. He was armed, and that could spell trouble. "I'm trying to clear your name, but it keeps coming down to the same thing. People are asking why you're on the run."
"So I'm public enemy number one with Shoreditch's finest on my case."
He spoke with a thin smile.
"Any closer to finding the real killer?"
"I've been in touch with your mum. We're going through a list." She turned away from the intensity of his gaze. "It's just that some of the stuff... Putting someone in hospital because they refused to serve you?" She shook her head. "It's grim reading."
"That had nothing to do with me. Lenny's a liability. More now than ever."
"Then why can't you leave him behind? He's not worth your loyalty. It's because of him that you're in this mess." Nathan's voice softened, and he placed a hand on Ruby's forearm.
"He's my brother, the only one I've got. Aren't you any closer to sorting this out?"
"Oh no, I've been twiddling my thumbs all morning," she said, regretting the words as soon as they had left her mouth. Nathan's eyes narrowed.
"Is this a game to you, or do you agree with all the rest, that I deserve to be put away, one way or the other?"
Like two pieces of dry flint, Ruby and Nathan began to produce sparks. It was always the same when they were both under pressure. They were two alike, with neither one of them wanting to back down. She exhaled a terse breath, unable to contain her annoyance. "I've been working 24/7 on this case. It wasn't a game to Ellie Mason when she had her organs ripped from her chest."
I know," Nathan said. "She wasn't much older than Kathy."
He took Ruby by the hand.
"Promise me you'll keep an eye on her while I'm away. Don't let me down."
Ruby's response was instant. "I'm there for you, you know that. And I don't need your family giving me the heavy hand to do it."
"Lenny," Nathan groaned. "Has he threatened you?"
"Does the Pope pray?" Ruby said, her mouth rising in a wayward half-smirk. "I can take care of Lenny, but I don't appreciate your mum getting in on the act." Darkness shadowed Nathan's face.
"Don't answer back to him. It's not like the old days. I've seen what he's done to people for a lot less."
"Maybe I've been wrong," Ruby said, in an effort to change the subject. "I shouldn't have dismissed Danny Smedley so quickly. Maybe he's committed Ellie's murder and sold her organs onto someone to use against you."
"The old days,"
Nathan muttered under his breath, withdrawing into himself as he recalled a memory. He returned his attention to Ruby.
"You're wrong. It's not Danny Smedley."
"But it could be," she said, tapping her lower lip with her fingers. "He might have an accomplice, someone who has it in for you."
"It's not Smedley, because I know who it is."
Swearing under his breath, he ran his fingers through his tousled hair.
"Why didn't I think of him sooner?"
Who is it then? Nathan's face tightened.
Perhaps it's best if I sort out a confession first.
You're setting your men on him, is that what it is? Because if anything happens to the suspect, you'll never be free. You've got no choice, you have to play this by the book.
All right, I'll tell you, if you just listen, Nathan said, grasping her by the arms.
She could see it in his eyes. He was building up to admit his involvement in something she would not want to hear. Just spit it out, will you? Who did this? Nathan's attention was on the flash of headlights outside.
You set me up,
he said, as police cars screeched to a halt in the yard. Ruby gasped in horror as D.I. Downs launched himself from one of the cars below. What? No, I didn't. He must have followed me and called for backup. Stepping back from the window, Nathan pushed his hand in his pocket and drew out his pistol.
I'm not being taken in,
he said, his face conflicted.
Not today.
Chapter 25. April. Her bones aching, April took a sharp breath as she returned to consciousness once more. She recalled her last memory, the doctor pushing a thin syringe into her vein as the walls of the room closed in around her. The blanket had fallen to the floor. The leather chair was cold beneath her body as she writhed beneath the doctor's touch. Staring at the damp spores on the ceiling, she had not wanted her last memory to be of the doctor's face, but she could not block out the smell of his breath, wet and raspy, his grimy fingers sinking into her flesh as he pinned her down. Gradually, her struggling had subsided as the liquid drug clawed her back to the darkness once more. Goosebumps rose on her naked flesh, and she felt the tug of foreign objects in her skin. Her eyes followed the small clear tube embedded in her arm to the pouch of clear fluid dangling from a rusted metal hanger at her side. Lower down, she felt the drag of something cold between her legs. Sharp panic brought her thoughts into focus. It was a urine catheter. She'd had one once before, when she was giving birth to her baby. Just how long had she been here? She craned her neck forward, turning her gaze to the full-length mirror at the end of her bed. Her mouth dropped open as she stared. There, under the gloom of a single lamp, her reflection offered up a ghoulish display. Dry air scratched against the hollow of her throat as she tried to scream. Her chest heaved. A pale-skinned, red-haired woman stared back at her in dismay. She had sculpted eyebrows, and her eyelashes, which felt heavy as she blinked, they were red too. Her eyes focused on her mouth, a plump pink Cupid's bow. She pursed them together and was rewarded with a sudden stinging sensation. What had he done to her? She blinked away the tears forming in her eyes. She could cry later. She had to get away. April twisted in the chair, trying to drag her thin wrists through the tight leather straps. Clawing at the armrests with her fingernails, she noticed the clear, sparkly polish as it glittered under the surgeon's light. Was there an inch of her body that the doctor had not interfered with? Her stomach tightened in a spasm, not from hunger, but something else. Her body was still coming down from the drugs. She emitted a groan as a slice of pain ripped through her, wanting to draw up her knees, but noticing for the first time that her ankles were restrained too. Panic induced a beaded sweat, which gathered on her forehead. Just what had he planned for her? Was this a kinky game? Were there cameras? Had he been having sex with her while she was unconscious? But she would have felt it, and her body was devoid of the bruises she had suffered in the past when men had forced themselves on her. Was he taking pictures? Her attention was drawn to the tray of surgeon's tools, and the scream she had been holding made its escape. It was a loud and furious cry, filling the room and sending the creatures gathered under the newspapers scattering like billiard balls across the floor. The sight of so many rats would once have terrified her into submission, but there were far worse things in store. Wriggling against her bindings, she wanted to topple the chair. A slice of fear stopped her in her tracks. She was too scared of what the rats would do to her on the floor. In the distance, a train shuddered past. She could hear the carriages cutting through the night air, carriages filled with people she could not reach. Her sense of desolation grew. She had to fight if she wanted to get out of this alive. Ignoring the pain in her wrist, she continued to wriggle her left hand, each effort punctuated by short, quick intakes of breath. April clasped her thumb and little finger together, narrowing her knuckles as she worked them through the tight space. Her heart skipped a beat as her hand slipped through the unforgiving leather strap. She shook it quickly until feeling returned, then yanked out the tubes invading her body. Fluid slapped across her breasts as one jerked forward like an impotent snake, but she didn't feel it because she was intent on undoing the buckle of her right wrist. With shaking fingers and both hands free, she undid the straps on her ankles, her ears trained on the corridor outside. Any second now he could return. Wrapping the blanket around her, she slid from the surgeon's chair. But her legs felt hollow, and it took 3 steady breaths until she could advance on the table of instruments before her. Rats squeaked their annoyance. Stepping forward, she wrapped her fingers around the scalpel. Shock began to pervade her body. Picking up the blanket, she told herself she would get out of this. She would slice the face of anyone that dared come near. Crumbling plaster bruised the soles of her feet as she hobbled across the cold floor. There were no clothes to be seen, yet something told her she was not the first person to be brought back to this space. Was this where Ellie spent her last moments? Slowly she ventured into the corridor, seeking the light that would guide her outside. The air was cold and sharp in her throat as she tried to accustom her eyes to the sudden darkness. Staggering, she left behind the sounds of the humming generator and nesting rats. Her grasp around the scalpel tightened as she stepped cautiously down the corridor. In the distance, the faint orange glow of streetlights beckoned from afar. The sounds of her jagged breath echoed around her, but it was impossible to slow it down as adrenaline quickened her heartbeat in preparation for escape. As she turned the corner, blanket gripped in one hand and scalpel in the other, she did not see the dark figure reach out until it was too late. The pain was instant as he bent her wrist backwards, forcing her to drop the blade to the floor. Her cries were extinguished as a knee came up to her stomach, winding her until she was bent over in 2. Weakly, she kicked and punched as the doctor hoisted her onto his shoulder. She pounded his back, kicking the hands wrapped tightly around her thighs. "Get off me!" she cried, tears streaking her face. Screaming for help, she shook and wriggled until he was forced to loosen her to the floor. "Oh my God!" she gasped, catching sight of herself in the mirror for the second time. "What have you done?" Silently he stared, wordless and unrelenting. And then it came. The high-pitched squeaking she had heard in her dreams. Except it wasn't a dream at all. It was the rats. Soon the room was filled with the pitter-patter of rodent claws as the slick black rats gathered around her, dancing at her feet. April emitted a strangled cry, tears coursing down the edges of her cheeks. Unspeaking, the man watched her behavior, as if observing a creature in the zoo. The nipping, the scratching, she could barely stand it, as the rats clawed at her ankles and legs. It was only then that she noticed she was standing on crushed glass. She squinted in the dim light as the broken shards gleamed on the floor, cutting into the soles of her feet and adding to her discomfort. Blood oozed from her skin, sending the rats into a frenzy as they sniffed and scratched at her ankles and feet. "Help me!" she cried, pleading with her tormentor. Slowly, the doctor approached. Instinctively, she opened up her arms to him as he offered to pick her up from the floor. Anything was better than this hell, she thought. They would eat her alive if she stayed in that spot for too long. Tired and weak, she had little defense, and she sobbed in his arms as he gently cradled her naked body. She was having a nightmare, she told herself. None of this was real. Soon it would be over. She hiccuped as the sobs subsided, barely noticing the needle as it withdrew from her arm. Gratefully, she fell back into the recesses of sleep. Chapter 26. "No," Ruby said in a harsh whisper. "It wasn't me, I swear." Her breath quickened as the scenario unfolded before her. Heavy footsteps pounded their way into the building. Nathan stood, unmoving, his firearm trained on the door. "Put the gun away," she said. "You're going to get yourself killed." Any second now, D.I. Downs would burst in. She could not bear to imagine what would happen next. "Please, take the roof. I'll tell them you didn't show." There was less than a 6-foot gap between the roof of their building and the one beside it, and, in their youth, Nathan used to jump from one to the other with ease. Nathan's eyes flicked from the door to Ruby, his face stony. Shoving the gun into the groove of his combats, he threw her a disbelieving look before climbing out of the window and taking the fire exit to the roof. The pressure of the murder allegation had taken its toll. For the first time, she saw a glint of fear in his eyes. He could wriggle his way out of most things in life, and now he wholly depended on her. She composed herself, leaning casually against the brittle window frame as a team of firearms officers burst into the room. "He's not here," she said to Downs, her face taut. "He didn't show." She wet her lips, tasting the dust that had risen after Nathan made his escape. Ruby glared at Downs over the roof of the car as she flung open the passenger door. It made sense for her to accept his offer of a lift to the station, given she had got there by taxi. The cavalry had gone ahead, disappointed by the no-show. After being briefed by Downs that Ruby was setting up the meet to arrest Nathan, they had no reason to doubt her words. But Ruby was too incensed to worry about repercussions, and as Downs drove through the city to Shoreditch, she continued her sideways glances until she could bear the silence no longer. "Why did you do it, Jack? Why did you follow me?" D.I. Downs rammed the car into gear, his face illuminated by the headlights of oncoming traffic. "Because I'm trying to save your neck. I told Worrell that you were there to flush him out. So unless you want to be nicked for perverting the course of justice, leave the talking to me." "The fact I'd leave anything to you implies some kind of trust, and that doesn't exist between us anymore," she said, her words tight. Satisfied that Nathan got away unseen, Ruby returned to the office, keeping her door firmly closed. She had hoped that Downs would have the sense to leave her alone, but as soon as he trotted downstairs from his meeting with DCI Worrell, he headed straight for her door. Ruby stared at her computer screen, wishing he would go away. She did not want to speak the bitter words lacing her tongue. Besides, she was caught red-handed and knew she had no right. True to his word, he was most likely smoothing things over with DCI Worrell to prevent any flack later on. They were under real pressure for a suspect arrest, and every failed attempt at capture was a bitter blow. Had she and Downs had a normal, working relationship, She'd most likely be grovelling for forgiveness by now. But they were more than just Sergeant and DI. He was her best friend. And only now, when anger seared through her like hot coals, did she realise just how close they had become. "Sulking now, are you?" he said, standing over her as he waited for an answer. Bitterness bloomed in Ruby's chest. She wanted to explain that her motives were good, that if he had trusted her, just this once, she would now have the name of their prime suspect. That was what angered her the most. He had ruined everything. There was no way the Crosbys would cooperate with the investigation now. "I think it's best if you give me a few minutes alone." Ruby's voice was strained, and she swallowed back the response not fitting for her DI. "Well, tough. We're having this out, whether you like it or not," Downes said, turning and closing the window blinds. From the corner of her eye, Ruby could see him deliver a hard stare to those who were not minding their own business in the office outside. Downes's neck was tinged pink, a sure sign that DCI Warrow had grilled him for letting Nathan Crosby slip through his fingers. "You've got no right to be angry with me," Downes said, "when all I've done is look out for you." Ruby turned to face him. Carrying the heat of her anger, her expression was enough to make him raise an eyebrow in response. She realised she was shaking, and she leant against her desk, clasping the edges of the wooden frame until her knuckles turned white. "You used me," she said, her words thick with emotion. "This friendship we've developed, please tell me it's not just been about Nathan." "What are you on about?" Downes said, his voice rising to match Ruby's. "You've wanted to collar him for years. All this time you've been getting close to me so you could fulfill your ambition of nicking a Crosby before your retirement." "For feck's sake, what's gotten into you?" Downes said. "You couldn't be more wrong." "I don't believe you. I think you're only too happy to pin this on him. The only reason you're progressing the case with Danny Smedley is because you can't have Lisa and Ellie's murders linked. Those murders are nothing alike." Downes ran both hands through his hair. "And may I remind you that you're the one who got Smedley charged? I told you to wait, but oh no, you had to go charging in there and arrest him." "Yes, well, I may have got that wrong." She bit her bottom lip. "You're the most exasperating copper I've ever met. You've so much potential, and all you do is defend a bunch of gangsters, putting your job at risk. And you say I'm using you?" Downes laughed incredulously. "Open your eyes, will you? One of these days you're going to land yourself in prison, and there won't be a thing I can do about it." "Nathan was just about to give me the name of the killer," Ruby said. "If you had held off just 5 minutes longer, we'd have him in custody by now." "If I'd got there 5 minutes sooner, you mean? You're chasing ghosts. The only killer is the one you let slip away." Ruby straightened, her hands bunched into fists. "Why can't you admit that just this once you got it wrong?" "You need to calm down," Downes said firmly. "I'm your superior officer. Have you forgotten that?" "Calm down!" Ruby shouted. "Don't you realise what you've done? How long do you think it's going to take to get back to the Crosbys that I served Nathan up? Can you imagine their reactions? You've put my neck on the line. If anything happens to me, it's all down to you." Downes laid a hand on her shoulder. "Ruby, Ruby shrugged it off as she turned away, her voice cold and measured. "Please. As my DI, I apologise for my disrespectful behaviour. Now can you please give me some time alone before I say something else that I shouldn't?" She bowed her head, the weight of her troubles heavier now than ever. She listened as Downes approached the door, opened it slightly. "You can come around to mine, at least until all this blows over." His words were laced with a hint of regret. "I don't think such behaviour would be fitting. As you said, you're my superior officer," Ruby said, the heat leaving her voice. "I think from now on, we should keep things on a professional basis only." Chapter 27. "I'm telling you, mate, the job's fucked," a low voice said. The words were followed by mumbling agreements as the group of officers groaned about forced overtime and cancelled rest days. Ruby smiled. Last month they were moaning because overtime had been binned due to budget cuts. You did not join the police if you wanted an easy life. It was all-consuming, with room for little else. The failed marriages in her division were a testament to that. "What do you think, Sarge?" PC Jules Forrest turned to her. The young officer was sporting a black eye, no doubt the real source of his annoyance. She had come to know him in the past few months during their shared smoke breaks. She stubbed out her cigarette. "It's the nature of the beast, I'm afraid, and it's not likely to change." Slipping a compact from her pocket, she quickly applied a layer of red lipstick before heading back inside. It was her war paint, and she hoped it displayed a confidence she did not feel inside. Ruby took her usual seat at the end of the well-worn briefing table. Years of meetings were etched in the wood, evidenced as coffee stains and inky pen marks. She mentally counted heads as detectives filed inside. Overhead, the lights flickered on, the thunderous weather doing little to illuminate the room. DCI Worrow stood to lead the briefing. As always, the Detective Chief Inspector was immaculately turned out. Her pale skin held a delicate lacing of makeup, and she spoke with authority as she commanded the attention of her team. Speaking in short, stiff bursts, she sounded as if she was reading from a police procedural book. Only last week, Ruby had caught DC Ashbaker joking about how she spoke to her boyfriend during sex. Despite her reservations, Ruby still stood up for her, because life in the police force was hard enough for women without their male counterparts turning against them. "We believe that Ellie Mason was held captive for at least 2 of the 3 days she was reported missing. As you see from the autopsy report, this was not a frenzied attack. Ellie worked as a prostitute, but as far as we're aware, she did not entertain clients at her flat. CSI have made a detailed examination for blood, fibers, prints, hair, and semen. There's no evidence to suggest she was held captive at that address. The fact that rat droppings were found in her hair seems to cement this theory. One of our top priorities is to find the site where she was held." "What about the Crosby house, Ma'am?" DC Ashbaker said, raising his pencil. "Has that been searched?" DCI Worrow's face tightened at the sound of the Crosby's name. "Thoroughly. The family has been most cooperative. DS Preston is liaising with them. Do you have any updates for us, Ruby?" Ruby straightened in her chair. "Apart from their statement, not yet. They're still maintaining that Nathan Crosby is away on business, and they're unable to get a hold of him." "Indeed," DCI Worrow said. "It's a shame that lead of yours fell flat. He'll have to return at some point, so it's best we build as strong a case as we can for when we arrest him. Keep them on side. You've obtained some useful intelligence on their shady dealings. Keep chipping away." Ruby nodded. She had been desperately trying to get in touch with Nathan since he abandoned their meet, but he had gone completely off the radar. Lenny and Francis had refused to answer her calls, and, when she turned up at the address, the electric gates had remained firmly closed. A quick Facebook message to her daughter, Kathy, had ascertained that Ruby was well and truly in the doghouse with Lenny. Given the mood he was in, it was best she kept away. At least Kathy was okay. It was worth the extra expense of Wi-Fi just for their late-night chats. It seemed an odd setup for mother and daughter, just speaking online, But Kathy was a grown woman. Ruby knew it would take time to gain her daughter's trust, and a brief chat on Facebook or Skype was better than nothing at all. Her attention returned to briefing as Warrow spoke of the search so far. They did not have the manpower to search every derelict building and outhouse in East London, and Ruby had visited enough rat-infested flats to know the search might never reach a conclusion. To her, the answer lay in Ellie's client list. Why else had she been found dressed up, unless it was a fairy tale fetish of some kind? Now that Ellie's computer had been seized, Ruby could only hope that answers lay within. "I want local hospitals and custody suites checked," Warrow said. "Ellie was streetwise. I know the autopsy suggests there wasn't a struggle, but the fact her fingernails have been cleaned and bleached makes me think she may have fought back. Check for anyone that may have been booked in with defense wounds. It may well be our suspect. Ellie may have been left alone for a period of time. I want all our local sex offenders spoken to, and intel gathered on recent prison releases. Danny Smedley may not be responsible for this one, but he may not be working alone. Who did he befriend in prison? Anyone handy with a scalpel?" Warrow continued with her taskings, ensuring all team members had plenty to keep them occupied, along with their existing workloads. "What about house to house?" Warrow asked. "Any suspect descriptions?" "It's all very nondescript," DC Ludgrove said, having exhausted local inquiries in the area where Ellie's body was found. Warrow glared at Luddy. "So you're telling me that someone has dumped a body of a young woman dressed as Snow White on top of a tombstone in broad daylight, and nobody has noticed anything unusual?" "If they have, they're not talking," Luddy said, a flush rising beneath his shirt collar. "A couple of people said they thought it was kids messing around." "And they've no description whatsoever?" "No, Mum." Luddy shook his head. "There was mention of someone pushing a wheelchair, and we found indentations in the grass. It's possible that's how the body was transported." Ruby raised an eyebrow. This was fresh evidence. "They were definitely pushing it," she said. "It wasn't an electric model, then?" "Yes, that's what they said. There was no mention of a Snow White costume, though. The person in the wheelchair was covered in a blanket, apparently." "Check local CCTV again. See if you can catch our wheelchair pusher in the vicinity," Warrow instructed. Ruby tapped her pen against her notepad. A wheelchair lent further credibility to her theory of someone who had access to hospital equipment. The killer was handy with a knife. Had the Crosby family links to people in the medical profession? And if so, who? Chapter 28. The text came with a tone so insistent that Ruby knew who it was without reading the name. Frances, the one-woman powerhouse, who had immediately responded to Ruby's request to meet. She tutted as she stared at the text. An invite, no, command, to meet for lunch. God, that woman. She had no clue how the police worked. Most days, lunch comprised of dropping crumbs over a keyboard as she bit into a tuna sandwich. As if she had time to meet in some swish hotel restaurant for tea and cakes. The best she could do was to grant her 20 minutes in the local cafe. On the junction of Shepherdess Walk and City Road, the Shepherdess Cafe was walking distance from the station. It was one of the few places left that delivered an East End vibe. A proper London cafe, as far as Ruby was concerned. She grinned at the thought of Frances, with her perfect blonde hair and designer clothes, sitting with her legs crossed in her local cafe. But then, Frances had not always been that way. She had grown up in an East End terrace, just like her. Frances surprised her by accepting the offer straight away. Less than an hour later, Ruby found herself sitting across from Frances, staring into her mug of tea. Bitterness and resentment laced Ruby's thoughts. They had a common interest, Nathan. If only Frances had been a better mother, brought them up with some sense of normality, then they would not be in a mess like they were today. It all stemmed from his violent background, instigated by Nathan's father, while Frances stood on, failing to protect the two people that needed her the most. Because of that, people were dying. A revenge attack on innocent victims because of something the Crosbys did years ago. And so it went around and around, a nightmarish carousel of violence and hate. Just how many more people had to get hurt? "You look tired," Frances said, looking entirely at home as she folded her arms across the table. It was just how she used to sit when she and Ruby's mother chatted in the kitchen of their East End terrace years before. Frances, in comparison, was glowing. Ruby eyed her suspiciously. She had probably been for a facial that morning and a spot of light shopping. She had never worked a day in her life, at least nothing that would bring in an honest income. It was another reason why Ruby was hesitant to move into the luxury flat that Nathan had bought her. The last thing she wanted was to become like her. Ruby cut her thoughts short. Frances was a mother and still held concern over her son. "I've been working round the clock," Ruby said wearily. "Have you heard from Nathan?" "No, have you?" Frances took one look at her builder's brew tea and pushed it away. Her taste had apparently refined over the years. Ruby frowned. If there was one person in the world Nathan kept in touch with, it was his mother. "No," she said, the grip on her own mug tightening. "Are you worried?" "Worried enough to come here and speak to you. He's not answering his phone and he usually checks in every day. I've spoken to Tweedy and he hasn't heard a word." Ruby's shoulders dropped an inch with relief. So, Frances knew little of her encounter with Nathan. But why hadn't Steve anything to report? Tweedy Steve was the closest friend that Nathan had, and the three of them had known each other since school. Apart from her, he was Nathan's closest confidant. The fact he hadn't spoken to him launched a little rocket of worry. "Are you sure?" she said. "It's not been long. Maybe Nathan asked him to keep quiet." "No chance." Frances pursed her lips at the very possibility of being lied to. "I'm afraid whoever's trying to set him up has hurt him. Everyone knows Nathan's gone underground. Maybe that's what they wanted all along, so the police wouldn't treat his disappearance as suspicious. Have you any idea where he might be?" "I've no clue. Nathan doesn't tell me that sort of stuff because he doesn't like to compromise me." That wasn't entirely true, as Ruby had been compromised plenty. But she wasn't going to mention the last time they met, when the police came rolling up onto the scene. It was most likely why he did not trust her with his location now. "I see it all the time," Frances said. "People in my world, they just disappear into thin air. Sometimes you hear of them talking down the boozer, saying they know what happened to this person or that." Her voice trailed away, and she stared, unblinkingly at Ruby, tapping her pink varnished nails against the freshly wiped table as she waited for answers. "You live by the sword, you die by the sword," Ruby wanted to say, but could not bring herself to utter the words. This was Nathan they were talking about, and, in his case, she would make an exception. "Surely he's got too big a reputation for people to try it on. They know what they'd be unleashing," she said. "And nobody wants a war." "Exactly, which is why it would have to be done without fanfare," she said. "If they can't get to Lenny, they'll get to Nathan. A Crosby is a Crosby in their eyes. He could be dead and buried, or worse." Ruby's brow furrowed. What could be worse than that? Then she recalled the method of disposal the Crosbys were rumoured to use, freezing a body and shoving it through a wood chipper, dissolving it in a bath of acid, burning it and burying the blackened bones. But she could not think like that because, to her, Nathan was still alive. He was too strong a character just to disappear. "I'm sure he's okay," she said. "We have to stay strong. Has Kathy said anything?" Francis's face displayed momentary annoyance at the mention of her granddaughter's name. "We're trying not to tell her too much, but she has a way of finding things out." "Do you want me to talk to her?" Ruby said, knowing Francis was doing everything she could to keep her and her daughter apart. Francis did not know about their late-night online chats and how they were slowly building up a relationship from afar. But it was like walking through treacle. Without Nathan by her side, it was as if she had lost a limb. "There's no need. I think it's better that she focuses on her studies right now." The two women sat across from each other, united in their concern. "As soon as I hear anything, I'll let you know. We've got hundreds of lines of inquiries, but our manpower's limited." "If you need anything my end, I'm more than happy to sort it out," Francis said in a condescending voice. "Lenny has plenty of contacts." Ruby fought back a shudder at the mention of Lenny's name. "The eyes of the world are upon us," she said, peering over Francis's shoulder to check nobody was listening. "I think right now it's best we play this by the book." She returned her gaze to Francis, unable to shake off the feeling of being watched. "As you wish," Francis said, unzipping her designer handbag to pay for their teas. "Anyway, I must be off. I've got a spa date with Leona. You remember her, don't you? That lovely young girl who's dating Nathan. She's beside herself with worry." Ruby gave a wry grin. She was well aware the couple had parted. Was Francis desperately trying to keep Leona and Nathan together? Sending a message for Ruby to step out of her way? Just how far was she willing to go to keep them apart? "Thanks for the tea," she said, unwilling to play her games anymore. She walked to the station, aware of heavy footsteps keeping time behind her. A swear word laced her tongue as she swiveled on her heel, expecting to see Nathan's brother, Lenny. But it wasn't Lenny, it was D.I. Downs, and his presence set her scowl even deeper. "Have you been following me?" she said, her voice whipped away by the gathering wind. "Be grateful it's me and not DCI Warro," Downs said. "She's been asking me where you are." "God!" Ruby shouted, her nerves frayed after holding in her temper during her meeting with Francis. "This is the only vocation where you get told off for doing your bloody job. Most people go home after work. I put unpaid hours in and get penalised." "It's hardly that. I just wanted to make sure you weren't meeting Nathan Crosby again." "What a shame you were wasting your time," Ruby said. "He's disappeared off the radar." "Good riddance," D.I. Downs said, quickening his step to keep pace with her. "I'd like nothing better than a sinkhole to swallow up the lot of them." Pedestrians bustled past, too caught up in their own lives to care about the argument taking place on the pavement. Ruby stopped dead, oblivious to the passers-by. "Does that include me? And my daughter? You know, for a while I was stupid enough to think you actually cared." "Listen, I've had a shitty day and—" His words were drowned out as an iconic red bus rumbled past, a symbol of London, the beating heart of the streets Ruby vowed to protect. Yeah, I know," she said, hands on hips. "So you thought you'd take it out on me? Change the record. I've worked flat out this week. I don't expect any thanks, but I don't appreciate being shadowed every time I step outside to do my job." Downs emitted a thin laugh. "Thanks. All I've done this week is constantly ask myself where your loyalties lie.
You're only putting in the hours to clear your boyfriend's name.
Ruby could not believe what she was hearing.
We're not 12, Jack. Nathan's not my boyfriend, but he is the father of my child. What would you have me do? And why does it always come down to you questioning my loyalty?
Taking her by the elbow, Downes leaned into her, lowering his voice so only she could hear.
Because there should be no question. You serve the Crown. You're not on the Crosby's payroll, at least not that I'm aware of.
Ruby tried to pull away, but Downes only tightened his grip.
You work for the Metropolitan Police, and supervise a team of officers who would walk over hot coals if you asked them to. That sort of power is not to be taken lightly. Do you really want to drag them into the mire as you fight to protect the Crosbys?
He dropped his hand. Ruby's cheeks were inflamed, but she had to have the last word.
Actually, I'm fighting to safeguard the lives of young women out on the streets, but I'm sure as hell not going to stand by and allow you to send Nathan down for something he didn't do. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get back to work.
She strode on, leaving Downes shaking his head as he stood on the pavement.
Why couldn't he leave her alone to get on with things? She wanted the same as everyone else, to see the killer brought to justice.
So why did she feel so torn in two? Chapter 29. Discounting immediate family, Nathan trusted his whereabouts to very few. Ruby knew that warnings had been issued to ports and airports, so there was no way that he would risk going abroad. Besides, family commitments dictated that he would not be far from home. If there was one thing Nathan was, it was loyal. His ability to stick by his wayward brother was a testament to that. It was why Ruby found herself taking the short taxi ride to Tweedy Steve's two-bedroom maisonette in Collingwood Street. Out of all Nathan's employees, he was the only one he afforded any trust, so Ruby wasn't buying the fact that Tweedy had little knowledge of Nathan's whereabouts. With a heart to match his 6'7" stature, she was confident he would not slam the door in her face. But she had not come here for a reunion. Nathan's home was like a fortress, with high-security fencing and CCTV. Nobody knew it better than Tweedy Steve. The only people allowed free access were family and staff. It was one facet of the investigation that police weren't focusing on enough. Who planted the evidence and, with no sign of forced entry, how did they get inside? It was with some relief that she accepted the mug of steaming hot tea laid before her, as Tweedy allowed her to take a seat.
"Sorry," he said. "I've run out of sugar."
His long auburn beard was shaped into a point, the side effect of absent stroking. He would have looked positively devilish had she not had first-hand experience of his kind heart. "That's okay. It's about time I gave it up," Ruby said, blowing the steam off the top before taking a sip. At least there was no dubious froth on top. It would not have been the first time she had been offered spittle-laced tea. She glanced around the kitchen-cum-living room. It had a mannish smell of aftershave and takeaway food, and was a typical bachelor pad. Not as swanky as Nathan's luxurious abode, but clean. Ruby knew from previous flat hunting that it contained 2 decent-sized bedrooms and a bathroom far superior to her own. She glanced at the PlayStation connected to a flat-screen TV, knotted wires snaking from 2 controllers onto the worn tweed sofa. She smiled. Furnishings, clothing, his love for all things tweed was one of his likable quirks. Game cases lay open-mouthed on the coffee table, next to 2 empty mugs. He could have a girlfriend around, but she doubted this was the case.
"Excuse the mess. I wasn't expecting company," Tweedy said, giving his beard a compulsory stroke. "Nah, what can I do for you?"
"It's a palace compared to my place," Ruby said, noticing the yellowed bruise fading on his cheekbone. She knew better than to ask of the origin. Bruises were a side effect of his job. The only thing that puzzled her was who on earth would be brave enough to punch this giant of a man, or crazy enough. Thoughts of Lenny sprinkled her mind, and she dismissed them as she took another sip of tea. I'm sure you know why I'm here. We're close to finding a suspect for this case, but I can't get a hold of Nathan. Last time we met, he was about to give me a name. Hardly surprising he's done a flit after what happened, Tweedy said. The cops aren't going to be banging on my door in a minute, are they? Oh, come on. That had nothing to do with me. My DI, he traced my location and called for backup. Then he told the DCI it was all my idea. Bit of a weird relationship you've got with your DI, Tweedy said. Mate, you don't know the half of it. But he's at a post-mortem today, so you don't need to worry for now. Given the hours she had been working, she was entitled to an hour off during the day, and D.I. Downs was less likely to call the cavalry if he thought she was at home catching up on some much-needed sleep. She had been furious at the intrusion, but had eventually accepted that he had every right. It was his job. The fact he was willing to cover up her real association with the Crosbys had saved her from some very awkward questions from DCI Warrow and above. Ruby took another sip of her tea. I don't have long. Can you ask Nathan to come out so we can talk about this? Tweedy's brow raised. He's not here. Call of Duty? Grand Theft Auto? Ruby nodded towards the empty game cases. I thought you only liked footy games. Tweedy gave a non-committal shrug. And you're a bloke. You wouldn't give yourself 2 cups to wash up when you can just reuse the same one? She stood, pushing back her chair as Nathan entered the room. Always the detective, he said, his hazy blue eyes bright with amusement. I wondered how long it would take before you started grilling him. You really should come and work for me. Dressed in black jeans and a Lacoste V-neck sweater, he crossed his legs as he leant against the window frame, keeping an eye on the traffic below. I thought I was, Ruby said, happy to see a rare smile. Aren't I the only one fool enough to try and clear your name? How's Kathy? He said, his gaze sending tingles down Ruby's spine. Worried about you, but fine. She's starting to open up to me a bit more. Ruby smiled. She had come to enjoy their late-night Facebook chats. Why? Haven't you been in touch with your mum? Nathan shook his head, his smile waning. We had a bit of a falling out. Over me? Ruby asked, knowing full well it was. She could see it now, Francis telling Nathan that something would have to be done about her, and Nathan threatening all sorts as he defended her honour. But Nathan did not offer up a response, and time was too precious to waste on chit-chat. You should get in touch, let her know you're okay. She's worried about you. She'll live, Nathan said, his response suggesting he was in no hurry. You seem a lot brighter today. I take it you've got a suspect for me? Babe, I'm about to hand you the killer on a plate, Nathan said, throwing another glance out the window. That should get you some brownie points with your DCI, and wipe the smirk off Downes's face. So why the hesitation? You could have told me the last time we met. Why delay? He took a step towards her. Because I wanted to explain. Sit down. This is where I bow out, Tweedy said. I'll be in my room. Try not to come to blows. Ruby's eyes widened. What's that supposed to mean? You're worrying me now. He's kidding, Nathan said, beckoning her to join him on the sofa. Come, how long have you got? Loads. I've just come off a crazy long shift. Downs sent me home for a kip before he left. Snuggling up with Nathan in Tweedy's spare room briefly touched her thoughts. It was a delicious image, but one she could not afford, If Nathan was offering up Ellie's murderer, then she knew where her priorities lay. It was time to find out the killer's identity, and she had not a second to spare. Chapter 30. Entering the 10 Bells public house was like stepping back in time. There was a reason it was the doctor's favourite haunt. Until 1988, the public house was known as the Jack the Ripper, in homage to one of the most famous serial killers to prowl the streets of London. On the corner of Commercial Street and Fournier Street, the pub's first floor offered a generous view of the East End. Although the exterior had been modernised, upstairs held a decorative charm harking back to Victorian gin palaces, making the doctor feel very much at home. He had always felt he had been born in the wrong era. Fantasizing about days of old, he sipped his port, staring at the 19th century decorative tiling gracing the walls. It was good to get out, take a break from the young lady who had been taking up all of his time. Touching the tips of his ears, his long black scarf provided ample concealment. A pair of tinted glasses and a black woolen hat completed the ensemble. He had been cooped up in that derelict building for far too long. Attracted to its murderous history, he had frequented this East End pub long before he fulfilled his fantasy of killing prostitutes of his own. The area was diverse enough that his looks drew little attention, and he enjoyed his time there, musing about the infamous killer and how his legend had lived on. His thoughts led to Ripper victims Annie Chapman and Mary Kelly. Both prostitutes, they frequented the pub during the Autumn of Terror, which took 5 women's lives. There were many theories as to who had been responsible, but the possibility of a surgeon appealed to Dr. Tanner the most. Crossing his legs, he ignored the cocktail drinkers and trendy music as he immersed his thoughts in the past. Later, as he stepped out onto the streets, he was grateful for the light smattering of rain. It afforded him the excuse of using an umbrella, which shielded him from the attention of the people he was trying to avoid. He would finish off his visit with a stroll down Brick Lane. The paradox of beauty and death had always fascinated him, and the variety of artwork on display often took his breath away. Every sense was assailed: the smell of street food and curry houses, the hustle and bustle of the streets, vibrant, colourful images which stayed with him long after he had left. Each visit had something to offer, as freshly painted works of art lined buildings, walls and warehouses, an inspiration and a joy to behold. But to Dr. Tanner, there was no better canvas to work on than one that carried the essence of a soul. The son of a mortician, he had grown up amongst the dead. Schooled from home, he was seldom in contact with the living, and, when he wasn't helping his father with the embalming process, he was assisting his mother in applying makeup to the recently deceased. His mother took great care with her subjects. Gently she positioned them, her thumb on their chin as she applied a coat of lipstick to disguise the blueness of their lips. The soft powdering of blusher, a careful application of mascara, everything about her was warm and gentle, just like the princesses that occupied the fairy stories she read to him as a child. But as he lay in bed, his thoughts had floated to the bodies of the deceased, prepared for their eternal sleep. Dr. Tanner sighed as the memory infiltrated his consciousness. He missed those days when he would sneak downstairs to the funeral parlour after their grieving families had gone, to read them one last bedtime story. How he had wanted to transform them into something better, as his mother had done, make their lifeless bodies the very embodiment of art. But the death of his parents hardened him, and his fascination turned to violence as he was left to face life on his own. With them, his uniqueness had been celebrated, but after their joint suicides, He was cast out into the world, a world which did not welcome someone like him. Chapter 31. The answers that Ruby had waited to hear were finally within her grasp. Sharing the sofa with Nathan, she half expected the door buzzer to ring as police demanded entry to Tweedy Steve's flat. But no such interruption was forthcoming, and she focused on Nathan's voice as he drew breath to speak. He used to work for the family business. No questions asked, Mum used to say. You remember our old GP, don't you? Dr. Tanner, Ruby said, their first encounter with him still fresh in her mind. They were just children, Ruby and Nathan, playing together on the kitchen floor as their mothers chatted at the table. Their ordinary day was transformed into pandemonium as Ruby's father dragged Nathan's dad into their living room, leaving a trail of blood leaking from a stab wound that looked sure to finish him off. Dr. Tanner was quick to arrive. The lean, beak-nosed young man was adept at stitching up wounds and curing ailments. Ruby mentally did the maths. He must be in his early 60s now. Are you saying it's him? He's the murderer? Nathan nodded in response. His unwillingness to elaborate made Ruby sigh. Must she tease out every piece of information? She would need more than this if she was to secure a conviction. But why? Is he still on the payroll? God, no. It's another reason why I didn't think of him straight away. I thought we'd seen the last of him years ago. Especially after... The words died in his mouth, and as he leaned back on the sofa, Nathan seemed reluctant for them to find a home in Ruby's consciousness. Don't hold back, she said. After the stuff I've dealt with, you can't shock me. Nathan shot her a doubtful look, and Ruby knew he was right to do so. She may have seen it all, but things were different as far as he was concerned. He stretched his arms on the back of the sofa and, with his index finger, began to twirl Ruby's hair. It was something he had done since they were kids. The warmth of his fingers against the nape of her neck made goosebumps rise on her skin. Exhausted from lack of sleep, she allowed herself to briefly close her eyes and fall into the steady lull of his voice as he spoke about Dr. Tanner. The stress-laced tone from their previous encounter had evaporated. He seemed assured that he had the right man. Ruby guessed Nathan had done his homework and was willing to stay in hiding a few days longer so that he could gift her a positive outcome. She blinked, pushing away the sleep that was threatening to overcome her, despite the urgency of her task. Sorry, she said, inhaling a deep breath as she sat forward. I'm bloody knackered. Can't you give me the details so I can get back to the station and get him nicked? All in good time. Nathan rose, walked to the fridge, and took out a can of Red Bull. Here, get this down ya. He cracked open the can. Ruby took a sip, the cool, fizzy concoction refreshing her senses. She waited for Nathan to continue as he sat beside her. Being in such close proximity was playing havoc with her thought patterns. As his knee touched hers, she edged back in her seat, forcing herself to concentrate on the real reason for her visit. You were saying about Dr. Tanner? She said, feeling self-conscious beneath his lingering gaze. My old man offered him a job and helped him train as a surgeon. It wasn't enough that he was on call to stitch up Dad's cronies. He had to get him involved in the torture side of things too. He had a flair for it, but he enjoyed it a bit too much. I remember him. He used to give me the creeps. It was the way he used to look at me like he wanted to peel off my skin to see what was underneath. Ruby shuddered at the memory. When did he stop working for you? He didn't bloody report to me, Nathan said, his mouth set in a grimace.
Lenny kept him on until a couple of years ago, when he was fired. I reckon that's why he's really killed those girls. He thrived on hurting people. Someone like that, they don't change.
Why was he sacked? Ruby said, sensing his hesitation. They were finally getting to the crux of things, and she did not want him to stop now. She took another mouthful of Red Bull, then focused all her attention on Nathan.
Do you remember that 8-year-old kid that went missing? Anna Marshall, the one that was found in the woods?
Ruby slowly nodded, wondering what Hannah had to do with Ellie Mason. They had many missing children on their books at that time, but Hannah had stood out because she was also a victim of parental neglect. Social services had been ready to place her in care when she disappeared from her home. Her parents had claimed abduction and, with concerns that she had been murdered, Ruby's team had become involved. Ruby had never been so relieved to find a missing child. 3 days later, Hannah was discovered in Woodlands, pale-faced and shaking, but unwilling to speak a word. Whatever trauma she had been through, it was enough to keep her experiences locked deeply inside. It had always bothered Ruby, because Hannah's wispy blonde hair had been dyed brown, and she was found wearing brand new clothes. Her parents still claim it wasn't them that took her, Ruby said, lost in thoughts of the young girl.
It wasn't. It was Tanner.
How can you be so sure? Ruby said.
Because it was me that left her in the woods.
What? Ruby whispered, shock robbing the strength from her words.
Tanner was renting one of our properties, and I decided to pay him a visit. I wanted to warn him off, tell him we had no use for him anymore. Things had changed, and I didn't want a vulture like Tanner around my gaff.
And then he agreed to this?
Nathan nodded, gesticulating as he spoke. From the confines of his prison cell. He didn't like him any more than I did.
Ruby nodded. How could she forget that Lenny was inside when it happened? Perhaps deep down a part of her wanted to blame him for whatever bombshell Nathan was going to drop next.
When I got there, Tanner didn't answer, and the windows were all boarded up. I had a spare key, so I let myself in. I found Anna unconscious in one of the bedrooms.
Ruby inhaled a gasp. No. Really? Why didn't you call the police?
Me? Call you lot and say I've got your missing child in one of my properties? I couldn't risk it. I got her dressed, covered her with a blanket and left her in the woods. I guess that's why she couldn't remember much, because she'd been unconscious the whole time she was gone.
She would have known who took her in the first place, Ruby said, imagining Nathan scooping up the little girl and taking her out of harm's way. So you were our mystery informant. She touched his shoulder, and he shifted on the sofa, turning to face her. She wanted to hug him for keeping the little girl safe. It was just like Nathan to keep his heroics quiet, shying away from the admiration she was willing to bestow. Lacing his fingers between hers, Nathan drew the back of Ruby's hand to his mouth and softly planted a kiss. It was a tender act from a man who had spent half his life immersed in violence. Ruby swallowed, fighting to keep the rush of emotions in check. She'd spent years trying to tame their sexual chemistry. Seconds ticked by as unspoken words passed between them. She knew what he was thinking, because he had said it 1,000 times before. Why couldn't she just leave all this behind? Give up the police and spend her days with him? But they would only hurt each other in the end.
I got someone to make the call,
Nathan said, finally, releasing her grip.
I kept watch until she was picked up.
Ruby nodded, trying to gather up her broken thoughts as tiredness and emotion overwhelmed her all at once. There weren't any signs of abuse. She was unharmed, wasn't she?
Only because I got to her in time.
Nathan's frown grew at the recollection. It was risky. I could have been caught with her in the back of the van. But I couldn't think what else to do. Back then I didn't trust anyone I knew to look after her. It was obvious what Tanner was planning.
I'm surprised you didn't kill him for that, Ruby said.
You know me by now, babe, Nathan said. If there's one thing that makes me see red, it's kids being abused. He probably told her he was a doctor. She trusted him enough to get in his car. I set out to fix things, so it wouldn't happen again.
You ambushed him. What did you do? Ruby said, cold dread rising inside her.
The only thing I could do. I disfigured him for life.
A hint of a satisfied grin touched his lips.
By the time the acid hit his skin, I knew no kid would ever walk away with him again.
Ruby winced at the ugliness of the words. And now he's killed Ellie as revenge. Why her, Nathan? Did you and Ellie have a fling?
Ellie? No. She worked in Lenny's escort agency. I gave her the sack when she was caught sampling the gear. I guess the doctor treated her at some point. The girls, Lenny made them have regular checkups to make sure they were clean.
Ruby said, the sound of women being objectified making her hackles rise. What happened to him after the attack?
Nathan shrugged. His face was a mess.
He caught Ruby's disapproving glare.
But I don't regret any of it. If I hadn't turned up that day, he would have killed her for sure.
But acid, that's so brutal. Have you ever used it before?
What do you take me for? Nathan said.
Seriously? Ruby said, her voice rising. You're telling me you've thrown acid in someone's face and then asking me not to judge you for it?
Nathan got to his feet. See? This is why I didn't tell you straight away. You've always been a bit of an ostrich. You're fine dealing with other people's problems, but when it's a little bit close to home, you hide away. This is life, in all its ugly splendour. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Ruby stood. There was only one answer to that question. I'm going to make an arrest. Chapter 32. Humming as he worked, the doctor dropped the blood-stained cotton into the bin at his feet and plugged the wound. It was just as well the young woman was dead for this part. He had been patient as the fatal overdose had taken hold, listening steadily with his stethoscope as the sluggish lub-dub of her heartbeat faded away. He could have saved her, changed his mind and administered a drug that would have reversed the effect. He had glanced at the syringe containing the antidote as he bent over her body, feeling godlike as he held the power of life and death. It was an experiment to see if he could invoke some last-minute compassion and bring her back from the brink of death. But to him, she was there for his pleasure alone. It made it easy for him to carry out his work. Devoid of a heartbeat, the incision produced a gentle flow of blood instead of the sudden violent spurt that would taint his good work. It was not as if he were angry with the woman or harboured any hatred towards her. His was an addiction not easily cured. His fascination with the human body had developed significantly since his youth. Given his background, it had been easy to depersonalize those he treated. He knew it was wrong. Society taught him this was so. But there were so many people in the world. Would anyone mourn the loss of those living in the gutter? Everybody died, and these girls were the scourge of society, the most easily forgotten of them all. He was merely accelerating the inevitable, and she would leave this world immortalized as art. He was doing her a favor. He smiled. This would be his finest work yet. Beneath him, the rats were squeaking,
the scent of blood tantalizing their senses. "Later," he said, irritated by the interruption. A cool breeze broke through the crack in the window, chilling the sweat on his brow. He was so close to completion, and his back ached from carrying out his work. Allowing her to surface from the temporary coma had been a necessary evil. How else was he going to get her to walk on the shards of glass? He had observed from the shadows, trying to predict her next move in his game of cat and mouse. It had been foolish to leave the scalpel where she could find it, but he was not accustomed to his subjects fighting back. She should have been too drugged and dazed to think about grasping an implement of any kind. Just a few steps, that was all she had to take to make her feel like she was walking on knives. In the end, she had been grateful to fall into his arms, and for him to make it all go away. He returned his attention to the wound. Satisfied he had stemmed the flow of blood, he rinsed his hands in the small basin on the table and patted them dry. He had barely noticed that the record had stopped. As he set it back in motion, the sound of Beethoven's Symphony No. 5 filled the room. The dramatic contrast in instrumentation invoked an intense rhythmic energy, and he inhaled a deep breath, allowing the stress of the day to ebb away. Colours rose, splashes of reds, blues, and purples as the music came to a crescendo, then calmed as the melody ebbed and flowed. It was said that Beethoven felt he had been sent by God. "Music is a higher revelation than all wisdom and philosophy," he once said. Such was the doctor's sentiment when it came to his art. His focus returned to the body. She was almost ready. Trailing down the back of the surgeon's chair, her red blonde hair was kinked into a natural wave. Shaved and bleached, April was unrecognizable from the girl who had come to his door. How long would it take the press to figure out which fairy tale she had stepped from? His fingers traced over her corpse as he imagined the headlines. "With great beauty comes great sacrifice." His work here almost done, his mind wandered to his next work of art. Chapter 33. Ruby paused in the corridor, staring up the stairs that would lead her to what they called the Ivory Towers, the floor frequented by her DCI and higher-ranking superior officers. Her eyelids grew heavy as she tried to work out what to do for the best. It was late afternoon, and tiredness had seeped through to the marrow of her bones. She leant on the stairwell as she tried to conduct her thoughts. She could go straight to DCI Warrow and give her a sanitized version of Nathan's revelation. If she was lucky, a warrant for Dr. Tanner's arrest could be issued today. Warrow was more likely to take the arrest seriously than DI Jack Downs. But there was a firm chain of command, and skipping ranks could be taken as a personal insult. She sighed, her footsteps echoing down the corridor to his office. Her mind was too foggy to preempt what she was going to say. The memory of Nathan's kiss still lingered on her lips. Just as she said goodbye, he had taken her by the arm, gently pulling her back inside and pinning her against the door. After gazing at her face for what felt like an eternity, he had pressed his mouth upon hers, hungrily seeking the knowledge that she still loved him, despite everything he had done. Her reciprocation had left him in no doubt. He had changed in their time apart. Perhaps it was time away from his family that had brought him back to her. She wondered if cracks were forming in the foundations of the Crosby empire. Silently, she wished that Nathan would leave it all behind. Helping him clear his name would be a small step towards earning him the freedom that would help him begin again. She found Downs in the kitchen, frowning, as he held a spoon of sugar over one of the many empty mugs on the tray. "Blimey, got you on the tea run, have they?" she said, amused at the sight. Luddy takes 1 sugar, no milk. Ash has coffee with 3 sugars, black. Eve has no sugars, milky tea. The rest will be happy with a builder's brew. She smiled. She was slowly winning her team around to the joys of tea. I thought you were working a split shift, Downes said, spooning coffee and sugar into the mugs as instructed. It would not be the first time she had split her shift in 2, catching up on an hour's sleep during the day to keep her clear-headed for what was to come. Ruby dropped 2 tea bags into the biggest mug. I've got a lead. I think that takes precedence over sleep, don't you? Downes stiffened. When did this come in? It's hot off the presses, she said. Here, let me help you with that. Grabbing her mug from the tray, she pushed open the door. Having beaten her tiredness and come out the other side, she was buzzing from the development. She couldn't sleep now if she wanted to. Within 5 minutes, refreshments were handed out to weary workers, and Ruby was sitting across from Downes at his desk. A well-thumbed copy of Auto Trader lay splayed next to a folder marked Staff Appraisals. Ruby averted her gaze. If there was one time she could do without an assessment, it was now. Well, Downes said. What have you got? A suspect, Ruby said, her heart picking up an extra beat. This was important. She needed to convince him she was on the right track. His name is Dr. Tanner, and he fits the profile down to a T. He's handy with a scalpel and has a huge grudge against the Crosbys, Nathan in particular. He's done this sort of thing before. Downes sat up, his expression brightening. Where's your proof? I've got enough to get him in. She filled him in on the missing child, up to the point where Nathan left her in the woods. It did not take long to bring him up to speed. I'm sure that if I speak to the child and tell her that she's nothing to worry about, she'll identify Dr. Tanner as the man that abducted her. Then we should have enough to search his home. Hopefully, obtain some evidence of Ellie's murder. Ruby imagined Nathan, his fury rising at the sight of the little blonde-haired girl, helpless and alone, in Tanner's property. Downes rubbed his chin. His shirt sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, the tie knot loosened around his neck. It's a bit thin. I presume your informant hasn't provided you with a statement? No, but I've spoken to Nathan on the phone, Ruby lied. He's got an alibi for his whereabouts in the 24 hours after Ellie's death. See? He couldn't have put her organs under the bed. She held Downes's stare, which imparted that he wasn't buying a word. He's away on business, but I've told him he still needs to come in. He said. I'm surprised it took him this long to arrange it. Downes was not easily fooled. They both knew that the Crosby family could buy an alibi any time they wanted. However, this time Nathan was telling the truth, and his ex-girlfriend, Leona, was only too happy to provide him with an alibi that confirmed he was in her family home during the time in question. Downes crossed his legs, his ankle resting on his knee. His foot twitched as he spoke. A restless body and a restless mind. So you're telling me that this doctor holds a grudge against Nathan Crosby because he took the child the doctor abducted? That was years ago. Why is he acting on it now? There's more to it than that. A lot more. She paused, loath to implicate Nathan in any wrongdoing. If they arrested Dr. Tanner, he could turn on Nathan and implicate him in the acid attack, something that would carry a lengthy prison sentence. But he would have to prove it first. It's off the record, Ruby said, but alarm bells were ringing in her mind. The status of their relationship had changed, and she did not know if she could trust D.I. Downes anymore. I can't work with one hand tied behind my back, he said, sensing her discomfort. We're police officers. We don't pick and choose which criminals deserve to be prosecuted and which ones don't. If they've committed an offense, they're coming in. Fine, Ruby said, We'll get the doctor in for questioning on the kidnapping charge after we speak to the little girl."
"So that's all you're telling me?" Downs said, his face creased in a frown.
"Yes," Ruby said, relieved that Downs had made up her mind for her. "I don't think it's in the public interest to delve any deeper." She rose, steadying herself as a fresh wave of tiredness weakened her legs. "I'd best instruct the troops, see what we can dig up on Dr. Tanner with a view to progressing the investigation."
"Steady on. I'm sure we can work around this. What else have you got on Crosby?"
But Ruby carried on as if she had not heard him. "I'll instruct the team, put together a package, and we can go from there." The chances of Dr. Tanner being at his registered address were slim. Nathan would have had it checked out as soon as the thought entered his mind. His absence was a small blessing. Had they harmed Tanner, then any evidence of his murderous crime may have gone down with him. It was a race against time to find him. She could only hope that he would not strike again. Chapter 34. As Ruby entered her flat, she felt a chill descend. It was not from the growing fog outside, but the fact her flat was pitched in darkness. She had switched on the living room light when she left, and now the gap beneath the door revealed nothing but darkness. Leaving the light on was a habit born out of unease. She saw the way some of the residents had looked at her, and their sideways glances suggested they knew what she was. The police were not welcome in her tower block, though her association with the Crosby family afforded an ounce of protection, unless they were the ones chasing her. Her heartbeat sped up a notch as she shoved her key in the lock. Sure, the door was secure, but the Crosbys never let a little thing like a lock and key stop them. Thoughts of seeing Nathan fired a spark of hope within. Would he be angry for her perceived betrayal, or perhaps he just wanted to spend the night? She hoped it was the latter. She slid her hand over the light switch, her body stiffening at the sight of a figure by the window. As the light bulb flashed on, she emitted an involuntary gasp. It was not Nathan, but Lenny. By the menacing look on his face, he was not best pleased. "Oh, it's you," she said, reluctantly closing the door behind her. "What are you doing here? Is Nathan with you?" Her eyes darted around the room, then back to her unwanted guest. She was relieved to see the only thing in his hands was a bag of cheese and onion crisps. A small act of assertiveness, eating the little food she had left. She knew the Crosby family would be angry at Nathan's narrow miss with the law. But what had he told them? Was Nathan losing faith in her already?
"Of course he ain't here, as if he'd risk getting nicked a second time,"
Lenny said, scrunching up the half-eaten bag of crisps and throwing them on the floor.
"That wasn't my fault," Ruby swallowed, cursing herself for the nervousness in her voice. "I was followed."
Lenny took a step towards her.
"And why would you be tailed unless someone knew you were meeting him?"
There was no way Ruby was putting D.I. Downs at risk for doing his job. She may have been mad as hell with him, but if she squealed that Downs was responsible, there was a chance they would invoke their own form of revenge. Lenny was on edge. Who knew what he was capable of without Nathan to rein him in? "It's not exactly a big secret anymore," Ruby lied. "I've tried to keep our relationship under wraps, but since Kathy came on the scene..."
"Ah, yes. Kathy, another member of the family you've abandoned."
Ruby flinched as he spoke about her daughter in that way. Lenny always had a knack for pressing her buttons. "Isn't it about time you were straight with me?" she said, unable to resist turning the onus onto him. "Why didn't you tell me about Dr. Tanner? You wouldn't like to keep Nathan on the run, would you? So you can put the family business back where it used to be?" Lenny set his jaw as he walked towards her. Her heart hammering, Ruby stood her ground. She was fed up of being scared of the Crosbys. All the same, it did not do to rile him. Making Lenny angry was like poking a stick at a nest full of hornets. He grabbed Ruby's jaw, his fingers digging into her skin as she tried to push him away. Just because family loyalty means nothing to you, don't mean we're all the same. Ruby squirmed beneath his grip, drawing back her foot to kick him in the shin. But Lenny preempted her movements, slamming her hard against the door. The back of her head rebounded against the wood, and he used the full force of his weight to immobilize her. The smell of cheese and onion reeked on his breath. Her stomach clenched as she froze, her eyes trailing down to his spare hand. Lenny always came tooled up, and one false move from her could land her in serious trouble. If you were any other